Everybody has had a wonderful week and are having a fabulous Thursday. So, last night didn't stream. I was so tired last night. I went to bed like right around this time I laid down. I guess I had maybe some kind of inner ear issue, something like that. Because I'm telling you, I had felt like fluid in my ears and stuff like that. Dizzy, just laid down and I slept like 12 hours last night. Plus staying up late the night before and getting up early and doing that for a few days, it'll put a hurting on you after a while. I'm not as young as I used to be, that is for sure. Right now we'll be playing a little bit of 7 Days to Die. Let me fix all our stuff here. And I'll be going over to probably some Lunar after the fact. I don't know how long we're gonna play this, so it just depends. Let me change this to our tags here. There's that one. Over here to YouTube, make sure everything's running on this one. I'm working on my new stream software, so we'll see how this goes. Hopefully everything works out pretty well with it. Let's see. Make sure everything's running. Okay, so we got it going here. We got everything going, it looks like. Looks like it's going good. And let me see if my Facebook is actually working now, because last time I couldn't get it to work correctly, and it didn't work out too well, so let's see. It says it's live, but I don't think it is. I don't know. I guess we'll see if I'm live over on Facebook. I don't know if it is or not. Facebook is always a fickle one out of all of them. Facebook's always a fickle one out of all of them. Doesn't look like it's live. But I don't know. I'd have to figure that out later. How to go live over there if I'm able to. If I'm able to. But tonight's 7 Days to Die tonight, so. Let's see. Yeah, Facebook's not gonna let me do it. Yeah, I don't think so. Facebook's always a word I'm looking for on it. Here's what it is. Here's what it is. Okay. Here's what it is. Okay. We're good though. Let's see. Let me let Igor know I'm in game and ready to go. Here. Here. There we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okie dokie. Let's see if he hears me. Got her going. Hey, Natalie. Hello. Sorry I didn't stream last night. I was planning on playing some. I passed out at like 7:30 yesterday. I was tired and I went to sleep, and then after I went to sleep, I woke up sometime last night. I know I felt bad because I was like, I feel bad, but I'm gonna have to lay down. I woke up and literally like I felt dizzy, which was weird, and like stood up out of bed and like went to let the dogs out and like stumbled through the house and about fell, and I was like, what in God's green earth is wrong with me? And I don't know, I'm guessing maybe it was an ear infection I've got going on or something, but it was not definitely not going well for me at that point. Not going well. Hey, welcome to the house. Thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, I might play a little bit tonight after we get done. That's rough. I know. Before stream today, I got into a video talking about the history of the Alien franchise, because I'm going to watch Alien Romulus tomorrow, or maybe not tomorrow. I might go watch it. Oh goodness, Saturday, whichever one. Maybe tomorrow if I'm feeling frisky. I might go tomorrow and watch it. And I'm definitely going to go watch it this weekend. I felt a lot better today. I got up and went to work and stuff, and it wasn't bothering me too much. But I don't know what it was. My ear, it was weird. I've never had that. Like I've hurt, my ears hurt, but I've not woke up and just been staggered around, kind of like you lost all sense of balance. It was weird. I've never had that kind of happen before. And then I had it happen again, another time I woke up that night. So it was just a very uncomfortable feeling I've never had happen before. You know, kind of almost a scary feeling. You know how like something happens you've never dealt with before, and it's kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, kind of like vertigo. Exactly what it was. And then I had the only thing I can say that's probably scared me, as far as I guess you would say I got COVID once, and take all that. I want to heat up. Actually, let's use this. And then use this. I get more out of it. And I woke up in the middle of the night and I thought I was having a heart attack. Like, no joke. Like, woke up and my heart, like my chest with sharp pains and stuff. And I was like, whoa, something ain't right. Am I having a heart attack here? So I grabbed my set up in bed for a minute, woke my wife up and was like, hey, something isn't right. I'm having this weird chest pain, and it's not what I normally have happen. And she was like, I sat there for a bit, and then all of a sudden it just kind of eased off and went away. And I was like, whoa, that was weird. Straight chest pain. And was like, tried to lay back down, go to sleep, and it happened again. And it kept happening every time I would wake up and do anything. My chest would start, or lay down. As soon as I would lay down, my chest would start hurting me. So that morning I went to the doctor, and he looked at, done some tests, and come to find out I had COVID. And I was like, that's weird. Doesn't seem like COVID, but if you say so. Because like I said, it was just an odd feeling. Didn't feel right, to say the least. That pumpkin pie, why was I eating that stuff? See, heartburn was a common thing for me. I had my gallbladder taken out because of that. Like, kind of like chest pains. Like, I don't know why my chest is hurting me, but it was more or less. I've had heartburn's are normal. I don't really have much issue with heartburn. I've come to the conclusion that I've probably had a bad gallbladder since I was in high school. Because after I had it out, the same thing that's been happening to me all my life went away. And I was like, well, I think I had a bad gallbladder for most of my life. Which was crappy, but hey, it is what it is. Let's eat some more of this. Try to get my health all the way up. Those in there. Yeah, I've been jonesing to play some more but I'm more Lunar, because I'm thinking I'm kind of, well, thank you. I'm glad I am better too. I'm glad I am better after that, but it was weird. Like I said, I was just tired yesterday when I went to bed, and then like my wife and daughter made fun of me, calling me an old man, and I was like, I guess I am an old man if I'm going to bed at in the middle of the, it's still daylight out, put it that way. But I was tired. Can't be helped. Can't be helped. So how was your day, Natalie? I've been talking about mine. How was yours? How was your day? How'd work go? This yeah, I think I got some. That's cooked food. That's crafted. Nope, crafted. Oh yeah, fun. Fun training stuff. I always love training. I always love training stuff. It's like we tried something at my work. I worked in healthcare for a long time, and they were trying to do some kind of, I guess, we're gonna make everybody better employees, and bring in better business and be good, all this stuff like that, stuff they probably weren't gonna actually do, but I like the concept of it. I'll put it that way. I like the concept of the thing of the program we did. It was like custom learning system. It was someplace out of Canada, and the guy that was doing it was really good. But then again, when you're doing that, you kind of have to be, you know. Let me get Igor on here now. People's little cats. They're starlets. I love little calico cats. I love orange cats in general. I was just looking at pictures people's posting their stuff. That's... Okay, I had to put my push to talk on. That's pretty good, though. I don't blame you. I took any classes I possibly could take to get certified in anything at work. But I was also I like working and doing, and like actually doing better at work. Yeah, true. Because, like, you know, I took all my classes for first responder stuff, like learn to do AEDs, all that good stuff like that. I did all that since it was free. It's really nice. You know, when they offer me anything, oh, that's rough. What do you have to go through to have it, get it back? Get rid of the issues, I guess you could say. Yes, I am. I'm in here with you. Why is there a random door just out in the middle of nowhere standing? Yeah, it's just sitting there, and I'm like, why is there a door? Yeah, I don't like... I'll be honest, dieting, I like the idea of dieting, but I go too hardcore into it when I do. Reduce gluten, reduce sugar. I don't drink a lot of... Sugar, I try to stay away from sugar. Now, I love it, but I stay away from it. Gluten doesn't bother me too much. Well, you know, I've wanted to try that. I used to do it a little bit with my, when I worked, at a medical place. Well, I've worked at a lot of different medical places. But I went to, what is it called? We done medical equipment, bandages, orthopedic bandages and stuff like that, boots and stuff. And I did like a fasting thing, and what I would do is I'd high protein on stuff. It's like breakfast and lunch I would do like basically a cup of almonds would be my breakfast. You know, I lost a lot of weight down to what I was supposed to, I guess you could say. Yeah, it looks really cool. I've seen that Evil Dead game you're talking about. It's it looks good. It's based on the Ash vs. Evil Dead TV series. Lee Majors? Yeah, they were talking about it on there. They said the game eventually failed, which is sad, which I really liked it, but probably. But, you know, with me, I kept high protein diet, but I got down to the weight they wanted me to be. which is weird for me. You know, I'm about 6, like I said, I'm about 6'2", 6'3", somewhere in that area. And if I look up how much I'm supposed to weigh, it's like, oh, they want you to weigh like 185 pounds. They want you to weigh about 185 pounds. And I'm like, I mean, that's up to you. We can put one in the front. Because when we pick it up, it doesn't really matter. They're a bit funky to mess with, though. So when you're putting it down, build a little platform to set it down before you drop it. But the, let me add so you guys can hear Igor talking. But what it was, I was about 185 pounds, or 180, 185, and I was very, very small for how big, you know, I'm big boned, like wide shoulders and stuff like that. So I almost look sickly because people are like, "Are you okay? Are you going through something? Are you, you know, kind of either insinuating I was sick or I was on some kind of maybe drugs or something like that." That's what people insinuated. But it was just, I was just was like, I want to see if I can get to my target weight, what I want to get to. And it wasn't, I didn't feel healthy. I felt okay, but I didn't look healthy. I'll put it that way. And I was working out and I was doing stuff like that, but just didn't. Everybody thought I looked odd, but everybody know me for years for being, you know, bigger. I think for me, a comfortable weight is about 220 to 230 for me. Now that I've kind of, you know, gotten in that, you know, range, I don't feel bad. Yeah, it's a correct BMI measurement. It's exactly right. That's the only that makes any sense, because I was at my, you know, target weight for what my, you know, they suggest you being, and it wasn't nearly what I should be. But the way I did it though, and you know, a lot of times if you fast too much, it causes a yo-yo kind of effect where you'll lose a lot of weight. You'll lose a lot of weight quick, but as soon as you go back to eating more than what you normally would or anything, it causes you to bloat back up real quick. So you have that yo-yo effect or whatever. The way I do it, when I did it, was I did, in the mornings I would eat like a cup of almonds, which is like a serving of almonds because they're high in protein. And then for lunch, I would do something like a soup. You know, and not like one of the small cans of soups, like one of the big Progresso, like hearty soups or whatever. And it's only a few hundred calories or something like that, but they've got a lot of like vegetables and stuff like that. So that's what I did with soups, something that's filling. Or I done like chicken, eggs, or tuna. And then for dinner, ate whatever the hell I want. I still try to eat decent, but I just ate whatever I wanted. And that's kind of what I did when I lost all my weight. But like I said, it's... you know, weight loss, especially if you're so used to one way and trying to change up and trying to go to that kind of like area, it's just so hard to do. Because I enjoy food, I'm not gonna lie. Love food. Love it. Yeah, that's another good thing. Yogurt or protein shakes. Probiotics and stuff like that from yogurt. It's really good for you. And protein shakes. I like protein shakes. I like protein shakes. But I like stuff with a lot of protein in it anyway, so. Oh, which one? Which one did you try out now? I'd like to, you know, I'd like to do one that done like meal planning for me so that way because my worst thing is going to the grocery store and trying to figure out what I want to buy. That's the worst feeling I have, is like, what do I want to go to the grocery store and get? Exactly. I wish I had a... Like, if they just order what I needed from, like, because I have... Dinnerly? I have to check it out. So it's still required. Yeah, okay. See, I wouldn't mind that. My thing is, I don't mind cooking or anything like that. I just hate deciding what I want to cook and what I want to cook with what. So I could be like, you know, what do I want? You know, what do I want to do? We have, around here, our places, Walmart, Kroger, and Food City. Normally I like going to Kroger. Kroger's one of my favorite places to go grocery shopping. So if I knew like a place that, like, here's a dinner meal and we'll start ordering what you need monthly from Kroger. It's Martha Stewart brand? Huh. You know, that's pretty nice. Then do you get to season it the way you want? Is it kind of like, or does it send you all the stuff you get to, like, here's the seasoning for it kind of thing? That's, yeah. I like the, what was it? Have you ever seen that commercial with the lady with the dump casseroles and dump food, where she just dumps stuff in a pan and throws it in the oven? That's what I like. I like crock pot meals, you know. Good. Yeah, I like the, it's called dump recipes or something. A dump cookbook. It's ridiculous, but it's just a lady who dumps everything in a pan or in a crock pot or something and just cooks it. Like, she made something like a dump cake. I think my sister like found the recipe online somewhere, and it was delicious. But it's interesting. Like, it's simple stuff. She just dumps it in something and throws it in the oven. Dumps it in a crock pot, turns it on. Nothing special, and it turns out really good. And that's what I like. I'm not a big. I don't have to have fancy food. Like, my wife gets on to me all the time, like, "Ah, you're just gonna eat that, you know, canned corn, you know, throw it in the microwave and eat it." And I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Well, that's boring." And I'm like, "Exactly, no lemon zesting stuff. Yeah, I ain't doing that." I'm a simple man when it comes to eating. I like other food, like, oh, if it's got a bunch of stuff, it's good. But as far as other stuff, I don't really care one way or the other, you know. I guess I need to go ahead and start making spikes in my inventory, don't I? Spike traps. Correct. Exactly. That's the thing. Like, you know, other people like to food prep. I can't food prep either. That's another thing that I have a hard time doing is food prepping, because I'm like, I'm not a dishes type person. I hate using a lot of dishes. That's one thing. I don't like dishes a lot. If I'm cooking something, like, bare minimum dishes, if I can. I hate doing dishes. Even though I got a dishwasher, I still hate it. See, I don't know. I don't think I can plan that far ahead. Heck, I have a problem planning a week ahead now. Like, I can't do no damn week or a month. Week's about all I got. Oh, there's a box up here, untouched. Yeah, I'm at that point right now. Dinner tomorrow? I don't know. Like tonight, my daughter, for some reason, she loves Spam. I don't know what it is. You know, normally she's very picky eater. You know, we go to, you know, Mexican, it's nachos and cheese. We go to a hot dog joint, it's a corn dog and normal fries. We go anywhere, it's pretty basic stuff. We go to Taco Bell, she always gets a 5-layer burrito and nachos and cheese. She's basic. But for some reason, she loves Spam. And she loves Spam and rice. Spam and rice. So, like, tonight, she was like, what do you want for dinner, Journey? Spam and rice. We get her the seaweed, the big seaweed wraps, and she wraps it and then puts all that. Yeah, Spam, it's popular all around the world. It's an American food, but it's popular everywhere. Like, what is it? It's a national food of Hawaii. But there's so many people nowadays, it's like, I don't want to eat that. And you're like, I don't know why not. It's good. I tried to get the low sodium one, though. Why is that? Exactly. Yeah, I remember in World War II, they sent a bunch over to Hawaii and stuff. So shelf-stable protein. Yeah, that's true. So did they have a lot over? Did they ship a lot over into Korea and stuff like that? Was that a, I guess, a big staple import over there to them, wasn't it? Ah. Makes sense. That makes sense, Natalie. All right, what was your favorite RPG that you remember playing when you were younger? Let's see, I can't remember. Yeah. Other than Lunar, like your favorite of all time. Like everybody kind of has their own like picks. It's kind of like their favorites because Lunar is probably one of my favorite ones. I gotta say that's probably my top. Probably in top. I'd say definitely top 5 for sure, if not number 1. Final Fantasy VII is of course one of those ones up there. But hey, something about pixel art gets me more, like Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is probably one of my favorite ones. There's a lot that I went back and played after the fact that I love more. Oh, Parasite Eve. Yeah, absolutely. It's an RPG. I didn't play that till much later. I've got it on my PS3. That's one of the main reasons I bought a PS3. You get Parasite Eve 1 and Parasite Eve 2. Parasite Eve 2, not nearly as good as the first one. The first Parasite Eve, incredible. Parasite Eve 2, not as good. Yeah, it's so good. I love the first Parasite Eve. And it's a Konami game, which I thought was interesting. I got that, but see, that's why PlayStation 3 is so nice. If you got a PlayStation 3, they still have the PlayStation 3 store, and you can get that. You can get, was it Dino Crisis, Silent Hill 1, of course, Parasite. Oh no, why is that sideways? That's annoying. My brain isn't gonna like that. Go craft some more. Wild Arms. Phantasy Star was really good too. I remember I played a lot of the one that was on the one I played a lot was on GameCube. Me and my buddy had it. We played a lot of the one on GameCube. You want to go up that haunted place that's a little further north of us? I thought about it. What is it? It's a sanitarium. Yeah, I'd like to go up there. I think you can actually, pay to stay the night if you really wanted. Yeah, I really love horror games. Horror games are fun. My favorite one... Let me get him. Sounds good to me. I'd like to go on... I'd like to go to an actual, like... haunted, like... Let's go check a place out. Except for I don't want to go to ones with like demonic stuff. Like there's a place nearby that's called, Mackey's Music House. I don't want to go there. That's demonic possession stuff, and I don't want to deal with that. I don't mind spirits and stuff, but when it's like, yeah, they've done satanic rituals in the basement. You want to go down there and check it out? And they say, it's a portal to hell. No, I don't. I don't want to go down there. Eternal Darkness was really good. GameCube has some classics, though. GameCube has some real good horror games. Yeah, demons are different than ghosts. That's a different entity to me. I'm not dealing with that. Better safe than sorry. But Eternal Darkness is really good. I remember it, wasn't it? It was on GameCube, wasn't it? I'm trying to think. Like I said, we talked about it before, but the Alien Isolation is probably one of my favorite horror, like modern horror ones. Oh, my thing broke. I'm trying to think of some others. I'm trying to think of some other really good ones. What is another one? Let's see. I'm trying to think of some. Let's see what people say the best horror games of all times are. I know Amnesia is one that people really love. I want to play Amnesia the Bunker. For games of all time. Let's see. Silent Hill 2 they've got up there, which I mean, that is, but I like the first one more. 2 is okay. Resident Evil 4, that's not one. Amnesia, The Dark Descent. I kind of want to play Amnesia. That's one. Alice, yes, I know the Alice you're talking about. It's more of a darker twist to it. Condemned. Dead Space, which I played that. Alan Wake. Until Dawn was good. Resident Evil 7. Fatal Frame. Was it Fatal Frame? There's Eternal Darkness. That's 2002. Let's see. I'm trying to see. Clock Tower. I remember playing the demo for that, but that's a PlayStation game. 1995. So I'm guessing it's pretty good. Home Sweet Home. Wait a minute. Is that first person horror? No, that's a different one. See, there's a Home Sweet Home that Resident Evil is based off of. Yes, it is. It's a Japanese one. I remember. I don't think it ever came out in America. Never. I don't. Maybe it did, but I do know it was. It's a survival horror point-and-click adventure. I remember playing a little bit when I was there. It says the story follows an orphan Jennifer Simpson soon after she's adopted by the Burroughs family, along with other orphan girls. And I remember something about it, so maybe I'll check out Clock Tower. But I do want to play a Amnesia game. And there's a few really good ones that I want to check out. And like I said, the Dark Descent's one of the big ones everybody really likes. That was a 2010 one, but The Bunker seems really good. Yeah. So it did come out in America. I didn't know if it did or not. Where's my... Oh, it's over here. Hot dog. Look at that crap. Make all those. I hate that. Takes it that way. Yeah, I think it did, because I remember playing a demo for it. And that's why I was like, I think it did, but for some reason I don't remember when it came out. I think that was back in the day when I had to buy game, or I didn't buy games. I would say I need it for my, I want a game for my birthday or Christmas, because I wasn't old enough to buy games myself back in 1995. Back in those days, I couldn't afford games. I'd go work for my dad and earn money and buy games. That's about it. Yeah, rent them from Blockbuster. We used to do that too all the time. That's about the only way we could get a hold of games. Because, they complain about how expensive they are now. They're like, games are $70, which is nothing to scoff at. $70 for a game is not cheap by no means. But it's still not cheap by no means. Yeah, Blockbuster was the crap. I remember that's where I played Pokemon Snap, because I never justified buying the game myself, but I was like, I'd like to play it. Yeah, back then you didn't make the money, but what's funny is they were showing like prices of games back then. You're like, Jesus Christ, I didn't remember games being that expensive. And they were just as expensive back then as they are now. So you're like, that's outrageous. Hey, Jenny, hello, hello. Yeah, there were some updates it had on there. I had to download updates before I could get on, Jenny. So if you want to hop on, you can hop on with us. We're just in Igor's lair. Or Igor's lair. So if you want to hop on and play with us. Yeah, get to use games for Blockbuster. You get good deals on them there, too. But you know how much they used to pay for those? I didn't realize this out until much later. Like, Blockbuster didn't buy games at normal price. So, like, you know, they paid $60 to get the game. No, they paid, like, crazy amounts of money to get a copy of the game. Let's see. I'm still making more. They paid outrageous amounts for the games. And then you would have to... And then they rented them out. Like VHSs, I found this out, like their dadgum VHS store. Yeah, $1,000 for a copy. Ridiculous. You're right. That's what I was saying. It's like a 5-digit number, and it was just stupid. And you're like, Jesus Christ! No wonder, you know, rentals were $5 back in the day. Now, a movie. Do you guys remember? What was that movie? I think it was was it a Peter Jackson movie? Oh goodness, it was a movie that had the skull, and the guy was like taking his face and opening his mouth, and it was like pulling the skin over his, or it was a lady, it was a woman's face, and she was pulling a little like skull out of her mouth by stretching the skin. Dead Alive, was it? Am I close? I think it's Dead Alive. Yes. That, I remember that being in the VHS, like, you know, rental place near our house, like a poster for that, going, I want to see that, and just never watched it because I didn't know what it was about, or at least, you know, knew anything about it. Can I get out anywhere here? I can get out right here at least. So I can get out right here, so I gotta figure out, make sure I can get out. Yeah, core memory has been unlocked. That's exactly how it feels like when you think about it. I remember that, and I enjoyed it. I loved Dead Alive. You know, that was a movie I went back and watched later in life, and I really, really enjoyed it. You remember putting it back on the shelf? That's back when I watched Nemo and Slumberland. You remember that now, Natalie? I don't know if we've ever talked about Nemo and Slumberland with you. I've talked about it in stream before, but I don't know if I've talked about it with you. Oh, that was your second job, was working at a VHS place? I wish I could have worked in a place like that. That reminds you of like a store you would have if you, or like Kevin Smith would write about, like Clerks. Like, I wrote about a video rental place at one time. So you remember Nemo and Slumberland? That movie, I remember watching that as a kid. I love that movie. Not a lot of people remember it, though. That's what I used to rent from the video store all the time. Nemo and Slumberland. Love that movie. Absolutely one of my favorite ones back then. Nemo and Slumberland. Well, there wasn't fairies. There was a dude smoking a cigar. I don't think he was a fairy. He had like a 5 o'clock shadow, kind of remind you of a Simpsons character, and was smoking a cigar. And he was hanging out with a little boy that was flying on his bed. You know, messed up sounding story, but that's what it was there, Jenny. Oh, well, that's true. If you worked in a video store, you would know those movies. That was by far one of my favorite movies when I was young. Nemo and Slumberland. He got whisked off to another world is what it was, and it was Slumberland is what it was. He got took to a place called Slumberland. And the dude was like some cigar smoking looking, what was it? He looked like he was in a Simpsons character. He kind of had that 5 o'clock shadow that Homer gets in the, you know. That's what he reminded you of, like a Homer smoking a cigar. But it was a great movie. Loved that movie, and it was the anime. I didn't know it was the anime until much later. I'll get them. I've got a whole bunch of wood just making them in my inventory right now. I've got about, let's see, about another 130, 140 more being made. Let's see. You'd like it. It's good. You know, that's the thing about, there's some good ones, and that's actually a really good, you know, worth watching show, I would say. You'd like it. It's good. There's a few of them that are really, really good, and that's one that I remember from my youth that I'm like, I love that movie. But there's a lot of movies, like, of course everybody knows Never Ending Story. Do you guys remember which one was it Jack Black was in? Does anybody remember that? Which Never Ending Story Jack Black was in? He was one of the bad guys. Was it the second one, maybe? It was 2 or 3. Never seen Labyrinth? Ooh. Labyrinth is a great movie. You know, Labyrinth was a good one. Oh, what was good. Now, what about what was that one? David Bowie. Dark. Was it Dark Crystal? What was it? Or he's the king of the goblins. God, it's killing me. Because the puppets were done by Jim Henson. That's another one that, you know, it surprised me kids haven't watched. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Labyrinth. I was like, for some reason, Dark Crystal, I'm getting the Jim Henson puppets confused in that, because he done Dark Crystal also. And they tried to redo a more modern day Dark Crystal, and it was, from what I understand, horrible. Ooh, now... Nice, that means we can make cement now. Do you remember Boglings? Do you remember Boglings? Let's see if you remember what a bogling is. I didn't find out about these till much later. My buddy had one in his closet. I was like, what's that? And he's like, that's my bogling. I was like, a bogling? Really? And I've never heard of a bogling. Never heard of a bogling. But it was by a guy that, and they're very nice. Like, it surprised me how nice they were. They were from one of the guys that helped Jim Henson make his puppets, and he made his own puppets for people that were very, like, high quality puppets, and they were called boglings. Very cool looking things. That strikes me as something, you know, now that I have adult money, that I would probably buy a bogling with my adult money if I ever came across a bogling I wanted. There's many different boglings you can buy, and they all have their own, technically, characteristics or character perks. Yeah, Henson, back in the day, I think he had his hand in just about everything, to be honest. I think he done just about every possible... I'm having a hard time placing these. I have a hard time. I guess I gotta do this from the top. I can't do that. Why does this not want to go over there? Jim Henson's stuff was incredible. Like you go back and look at the intricacies of his puppetry back in that day was like second to none. I can't help but be impressed by it. Even to this day. Don't remember a bogling. Okay. You're gonna make me look at boglings. Bog. Biggie Smalls. Bogling. Boglings. There we go. They were made by some guy that done Jim Henson stuff. And their eyes and stuff move. It's like they're right there. So this is what they look like. And there's a bunch of different kinds. And they have these little boxes they go into. And like this. And their eyes move. And you can move their eyes. So it's like Crazy Clown, the Dark Lord Boglings. And it's by the same guy that worked with Jim Henson and helped make stuff. See, look at this. This is a $30 bogling there. My buddy has his, but they were made back in the day, discontinued them, and now they've re-released them. But there's tons of them. Tons of boglings. Like, you know, like this weird vampire bat bogling for Halloween. Check that one out. Yeah, it is. It's creepy. And they come in little cages. And it says, make sure to save the cage so you can put them up. See, this right here is the two different one. Like bogling, cleaning, and restoration. So this is the old bogling. Look how dirty he is. And they clean that bogling. My buddy has one, and it was in his closet. And I was like, what the hell is that? And he's like, it's a bogling. And I was like, oh. And then he got it out. And of course, like I said, you can control its mouth. And then like these two fingers here would move its eyes. So you can make its eyes move individually. And then you could talk with it. And then its hands would move too. So it has a lot of different movement stuffs with it. But the guy's whole big thing was, let's see. Wait. Can I find bogling commercial? Let's see. Okay, is this the original boglings?
Over here, I'm a boglin. Me and my buddies need a place to hide out. Come a little closer.
You can make them move their mouth. This is the original. See, it's marketed to kids. And it was marketed as like a gross, creepy kid's toy. You see how his little eyes move? You can make his eyes move and stuff. Small boglings also. So you're supposed to lock them up when because they're mischievous. But the guy that created them made a whole commercial where they were like stealing his sandwich and stuff. Classic bogling stuff. The stuff I remember, you know, I don't remember ever having one of those as a kid, but my buddy was like, I've got one now. And I was like, what do you mean got one now? Got a bogling. They don't make toys like that anymore. That is not a toy for people. Like, no one's gonna buy a daggum bogling for their child nowadays. I would. Now, I would buy, you know, bogling for my kid. But I don't think everybody would. Like, my daughter's like, you know, she loves everything in my office. Well, she mildly loves everything in my office. Like, she's already told my wife, she said, yeah, if anything happens to Dad, he left all his stuff to me, so you can't get rid of it. That's like, that's right. So it's all left to her, so she can't get rid of my collectibles. Which I don't think my wife would, but it makes my daughter feel better saying, oh, that's, you know, Dad's leaving me all his, you know, collectibles. Because she likes collecting Pokemon cards and stuff like that. She has her own, like, stash of collectibles out here in my office versus hers. Granted, she don't have as, you know, the years of collectibles I got, but... Ooh, let's go up here. Ooh, I don't want to... There. I want over there. I hate the way these spikes work because they don't do it easy. Yeah, they don't make good old 90s toys like they used to. I wish I could climb my attic. I got to get a what is it? Oh goodness, got to get a new what's it called? Staircase to get up there to get to it. But I don't need to get a new staircase. I just need a staircase to get up there. I could drink this and eat my pie. Give me 50 health. Sure. Let's use this. Gives me some use, and then use this. But you know what? This right here, they do still make some nice stuff for pretty cheap when you can get your hands on it. Like this right here. Hold on. Because I like FNAF, like Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. So they had for Security Breach, they had some pretty cool things like this. And it was like I think I got this for 40 bucks. And it's hefty. You look at it compared to me, it's pretty hefty. I wish I would have got the other one before it went up in price, but they're really nice for 50 bucks. I wish I would have got it. So, pretty cool. Well, you can't see this because it's actually like green leaves and stuff, but you got the security guard and you got Vanny. But I'd like to have the Freddy one. But they still have cool stuff. You just have to keep an eye on it, and it's just random. But it's huge. Like compared to me, it's huge. For 40, I think I paid 40 bucks for it. Or they had these. I don't remember if this is when I was in high school, but they had like the Gundams that were like battle damaged. So it's like, oh, you want, Wing Gundam? I zip tied his guns so they stay straight. But, it's like battle damage, he's missing pieces, fully posable. I've got like that. I've got Rose Gundam from G Gundam. I've got Death Side, stuff like that. You get pretty cool things. You do. I would enjoy that, Natalie. I enjoy sharing the stuff people have, because I find it interesting to see what people was interesting in what they've had throughout their life, because everybody collects something different throughout their life. It was never the same, you know what I mean? What's with these trees? These aren't the normal trees that were around here. I thought I cut most of them down. Yeah, action figures were my thing. Legos, my parents were cheap. For them, it would be, if I was getting Legos, it would probably be like, what is it, Mega Blocks? I would end up with Mega Blocks instead of Legos. It's like, that old meme, well, I guess not old meme, I guess it's kind of old now, but we've got Legos at home. Legos at home. Like, Mega Blocks. It's not the same thing. I don't want to cut green trees down. I feel bad cutting down green trees. Late 20s? Yeah, exactly. Adult money had to get Legos. Otherwise, you were getting Mega Blocks. But Legos were always great. I remember the old school, there was, I used to have some of them, but they got lost with time when I was much younger. The Mortal Kombat figures. I don't know if you remember the old, well, not Mortal Kombat figures, the action figures. They were like made like G.I. Joes that had the rubber bands and stuff in them. I like those figures for some reason. I love those things. Those kind of figures were really nice. Like, they don't make those anymore. It's like fully posable. They'd stretch, turn at the hips, legs, arms, head. Everything turned on a figure back in the day. Nowadays, you're lucky for them to turn. They're like this dadgum, most everything ended up like the dadgum Power Rangers figures. I don't know if you ever had any of the... I have a couple up there in my thing, and I think I have Goldar. I have like the Piranha, the little Piranha bad guy. I think I have the big big heavy set feller that was blue that had the little ray gun. For some reason, he has a ray gun. I had the, I don't know if I have him still, but I did have the guy that used to make the putties, the white owl looking dude. I had his figure at one point in time, but I don't think I have it anymore. And then I had, is there? But I used to have a lot of the Ghostbuster ones too. I was a big Ghostbuster fan back in the day. I loved my Ghostbusters. I had the proton pack that you had on your back. I don't know if you ever saw one of those, but they had the proton pack on your back, and like the gun had a little foam thing that was supposed to be the laser sticking out of it. That used to be my Christmas stuff back in the day. I remember there's one specifically I've got there that that's a Power Ranger figure. That when I broke my collarbone, I remember my mom going, "Oh well, if you're or my dad was like, oh, he thought I was kind of putting on that my shoulder or my collarbone was broke, like, oh, your collarbone's not broke, kind of thing," and kind of, you know, thought I was, you know, kind of gaslighting about it, you know, but no, I wasn't gaslighting about it. My collarbone was actually broke, but he's like, if we go in here and get a toy, you'd be okay? And I was like, yeah, I'll be fine. Watch, I can move my arms. So you're like grunting, you're like, it's broke. And you're like, yeah, see, I can go get a toy. When you got a toy, yeah, I need to go to the hospital. It didn't make it any better. It still broke. And you're like, okay. It's pretty good, pretty good. Ghostbusters, now, Ghostbusters, I never watched the new ones. Are they any good with Paul Rudd? They've got the newest one, which is like the Frozen Empire or whatever. But I've not watched any of those. I don't like the most recent one with the kid from, what's that, the kid from Stranger Things? Is he, they're all right? I thought that was about what it was. That's why I've not really went and watched them in theater, because they looked all right. Still enjoyable. The one where with Kate McKinnon and Melissa McCarthy, I went and watched that, and I was like, this isn't Ghostbusters to me. It hurt me. You never saw that one? Since you're a Ghostbuster fan, you wouldn't like it. I'll go ahead and put it that way. If you're a Ghostbuster fan, you're probably not gonna like it. And it got a lot of flack because they're like, oh, people don't like it because it's all women cast. And I was like, no, I didn't like it because it wasn't a good movie. It's simple as that. Like, it just wasn't. It just wasn't a very good movie. I wanted to like it. I wanted going into it because I liked Kate McKinnon and Melissa McCarthy at the time. She was really good. I don't really see her in too many movies now. But at the time, I liked a lot of her movies she was doing. And then who else was it? There was the other girl from Saturday Night Live. It's like, I can't think of her name. I can't think of the one that was supposedly the main character in it. But those two were the two that I remember in it specifically. And like I said, I wanted to go into it. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna give it a chance. I really want it to be good. It just wasn't. It wasn't a good movie, and it disappointed me. Just like everybody with the new Borderlands movie. Everybody's saying it kind of sucked. Which, you know, I'd like Borderlands. The first one at least, but playing the other ones, I've not ever. Where is my base? I don't remember all these trees back here. Someone had to plant these. They had to have. I don't remember pine trees back here. Yeah, Ghostbusters 2 that one was great, but it was all, what's his name? The guy, I can't think of his name, but basically the guy that played Egon. He was the writer of the movies, and Dan Aykroyd. And I think the thing is, like, a lot of times if I go to a movie to watch a movie, I want to enjoy the movie. It doesn't have to be deep. It doesn't have to be profound in any way. If I go to a movie and I'm watching an action movie or a fantasy movie, I want it fun. You want a fun movie. Oh, Borderlands. Borderlands was great. I never played this. Did I play the second one? I might have played the second one. The first one was good. First one was good. I really liked it. Don't think I've got to check out the second one. They're coming out with a fourth one, aren't they? There's a Borderlands 3, I think. Oh, stuffed in that thing. They're supposed to be coming out with a 4 because the guy that, the company that owns them was like, kind of like, oh, you guys should try the movie. Don't knock it till you try it. And everybody's like, nah, it kind of sucked, buddy. Because, man, I love the first one though. I played that one a lot. I like yeah, I played a lot. No. In the what's it called? Playing online though kind of sucked because when you played online, people were like giving out glitched weapons and crap, and I was like, I don't want glitch weapons. I'm almost back over here to the spikes. I'm almost done with my spike pit. I'm out of those. Let's see. Yeah. Well, Pew Pew games, as I've gotten a little older, yeah. Well, there's me and Igor back in the day. This is probably in our early 20s. We played a lot of Call of Duty. Like, I started with, like, what is it? Let's see, what was it called? I played a lot of World at War, and then you moved on to Modern Warfare 2 and stuff like that. And I enjoyed those. Like, the multiplayer, I like the RPG factor of it, like where you're building your weapon, you're leveling up your weapon, you're leveling up your character, unlocking new stuff, trying new perks, all this stuff. I don't like the new stuff that everybody's got into, which is like the Warzone / Fortnite, dropping stuff where you're not really doing anything besides dropping in and you're doing something. I'm not the biggest fan of those, but that's where gaming's kind of went to. Like, I like this, where you're like, I'm building a base, I'm working towards something. I don't like feeling like, I got bad RNG, I didn't get a good weapon in the chest, and then I get shot out by some dude. And that's what it is. It's toxic, and people run up and say stuff and go on. I think me and Igor were trying out that Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I don't know if you were on that stream that one night or not, but I was streaming with him, and we ran a game, and the guys were just so toxic. Kept just talking crap the whole time. Cussing, using racial slurs, all this stuff, and you're like, this is just toxic. Stop it, guys. And some guy goes, he's chasing me, and I'm running around. I turn around, I take a gun, I kill one of the clowns, and the guy, his buddy starts talking crap and cussing and going on at me. And it's like, basically, you're not gonna hit me with that gun, so I pull out a fire axe, run over there, hit him. And I normally don't get mad or frustrated in games or anything, but after I killed him, I was like, how'd you like that axe, bitch? And he flipped out at me, went to cussing and going on even more, ranting and raving, but never came back around at me, and I escaped. But the toxicity in games, I can't handle it, and I get caught up in it too, because it's like, not in the way he was, Jesus Christ. I hope I never get like that in a daggum game, but he was just irate with it, and you're just like, dude, it's a game. If you're getting that frustrated playing a game, maybe you shouldn't be playing this game, or playing any games if you get that frustrated, because the game just came out. I don't understand that. If you can't sit there and enjoy the game, there's no reason to play it. Don't play the game if you can't enjoy it. That's just how it is. I play games because I enjoy games. I play games because they're a getaway from reality. And another thing is like, another thing with video games is I like my games to be complete fantasy. I don't need a game to remind me what's going on in the world. I don't want to know. I don't. I don't want to know what's going on in the world in my video game. Just let me enjoy and escape from reality. Yeah, sexism is also a big thing in video games. I'll use what spikes I got left. Yeah, sexism is also a big thing in video games. I don't understand them. I don't understand sexism in games. I don't understand any of that. It's like okay, good example is like certain games I like and enjoy. I play a lot. I play a lot of card games. One game I do enjoy playing that my buddy and we used to play it quite a bit, but he doesn't like the new versions of the game, which is Yu-Gi-Oh. I play some Yu-Gi-Oh from time to time. They got the Master Duel, which is their digital the digital version of the game, right? I play quite a bit of it. I enjoy it, but I know it's not for everybody. I know that Yu-Gi-Oh is not an everybody game. It's a lot to pick up. But one thing I can enjoy with Yu-Gi-Oh is the fact that one of like some of the main players, well, she just quit, was actually one of the top players. It was a lady, and she was really good with plants, like the plant decks and stuff like that. But she kind of got out of it, and there's some kind of stigmatism with lady gamers. It just doesn't make any sense to me. You always have to have fun. That's what gaming's about. Why do I still got tons of wood. Jesus Christ. Okay. Did I grab wood out of here? I don't grab that wood. Grab wood. I don't know. There's just big stigmatism with it. I don't understand it. Let me see. I gotta make a drawbridge. Reinforced drawbridge. Need wood, forged iron, spring, and mechanical parts. Spring, forged iron, forged iron. Where is what I need? So what do you guys play in your gaming group? What's your guys' big ones? What's the big game you guys like playing? Probably an electrical. Which one do I need? Spear Hunter. Six. Okay, yeah, that's what I need. That's what I needed. Rifle world. Use a rifle on that. See, Monster Hunter. You guys played on phone, or you guys played on See, I'll play a little bit of Pokemon Go. And I know there's a Monster Hunter game that you can play on there, PS4. I know there's a like an actual like PS4 or a Monster Hunter that you can actually play in there. Can you give me my final thing for that? Your cement mixer's done. Do you happen to have mechanical parts on you? Okay, yeah, I was needing 20 to make us another drawbridge. Well, I do know that they have a like Pokemon-esque game that runs like a Pokemon-esque game to what's it called? On the phone, Monster Hunter. I've not played any of the Monster Hunters on there, but there is a Monster Hunter game that's on phone, which I kind of want to check out. But I gotta get a new phone. My phone, I can't do anything. I gotta get a new. My phone's kind of like I can't put anything new on it. Honestly, I've got Mine just can't handle anything at the moment. Igor's asking for a creepy Kate. Are you creepy Kate? Let's see. Put that. Yeah, need all this clay. What I got all this clay? Oh, what? That there. More rocks. That's some coal. More clay. That there. What's incredible? What's incredible? Too bad. Should have. Yeah. Max out now. Monster Hurl World. I'd like to check it out. I know people who played it really enjoyed it. And I'd love to check it out. I'd like to check out some of those. I need to get a new phone so I can play some of the other stuff, but I know Monster Hunter was a big one that people really loved. Hole in here. Go. On PS5. See, I've got a PS5 so I can play it. You know, I got a PS5 and the main reason I got a PS5 was for the Final Fantasy remake. And then I got it for Silent Hill, but now Silent Hill's gonna be in concrete mix, crushed sand, gravel, stone. Crushed sand, small stone, cement. Asphalt. You can make asphalt blocks, crushed sand, gravel, concrete mix. See, can I put that in there? I can't. You can't load it up like that. Here's you some cement. You're welcome. I heard you saying you need some. I had some in my inventory. I have a little bit of crushed sand on me too, I'll give you that. It won't let me do it like that. It actually has to be in your inventory, it looks like. Because I was gonna put it in there. I hope it was like the forge, but it's not. See, my bridge is done. Almost done. Yeah, PS5, I got it mainly for a few things. I got it mainly for Silent Hill. Because I'll probably get it on there. Well, I might get it on Steam. I don't know, but I want a physical copy of it, though. So I might end up getting a physical copy. But I think it's crazy they're making you pay. If you want to play Silent Hill 2, 2 days early, you get the deluxe edition for $10 more. And I'm like, it feels like a ripoff to me. Granted, I want it. I don't know if I'd pay an extra $10 to play it 2 days early. I'd like to. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I don't want to encourage that behavior, but I do want to play it. It's like I don't want to encourage that behavior, but I do want that. Want that behavior. There's Jenny. She's running around naked with a knife in her hand. Oh God. Jenny. Let's see. I need to repair this. Ah, I don't have the stuff. You show Jenny where to go. You want to find a way in, Jenny? Ah, follow me. I'll show an easy way in. And this is a funny sight to see someone walking around with just a daggum knife, like, in their underwear. You're like, okay. I don't think I'd mess with that person. Let's see, I need a rock. What I'm all about. What do I live for? Come on, shout it out. Uncrap. That's uncrap. I need rocks. This is a bag. Fair. You wake up in the middle of the night, walking around the house in your underwear with just a knife in your hand. That does sound like the other night. I had a possum on the porch. I woke up and I was like, "What is that noise?" Or my dog was kind of like huffing and puffing and what spikes, huffing and puffing and going on. There's a possum on my porch, and I was like, "Oh, okay," and I was like, you know, I don't like killing animals unless I have to, you know, with like farm animals. So I have a live capture trap. So I was like, I'll capture it and, you know, put it up. Well, I put my capture trap on my porch. It's been out there with an egg in it, waiting for him to go back in it. And I've not seen him since. I was like, man alive. Why can't you get back in my trap? Do I want to put it? I guess I'll put it there. I mean, that's the coolest place to put it. Can I just jump across that? That doesn't look like a jump I can make. I landed this daggum spikes and hurt myself today. See if I can still feel. Okay, let's see, bag. The drawbridge. I'm just putting my drawbridge in right now. Trying to figure out how I want to put it in here. Not working right. Okay. Let's see. I want to change the shape of this. Ramp. Let's turn it to this ramp. No, that's not the ramp I want. I need to find what kind of ramp I want to make. There's too many things to do. But yeah, living out in the middle of nowhere. Now my character gets hungry all the time. I don't care. It's so micromanaging with your hunger. I don't half the time I don't worry about it. It's so rough. That's a half ramp. I need a quarter ramp block, I think. I don't know what I want. When you sing Beach Boys, it makes me think of Charles Manson. And then did you ever see his interview where he's talking about nickels? He was talking about he's rich. He's rolling in nickels. Talking about riding motorcycles and stuff. Nickels. Like nickels and dimes. Not nipples. That'd be even weirder, but nickels. Yeah. Have you heard that one? We were talking about Igor was singing Beach Boys, and I was like, all it does is make me think of Charles Manson, because he used to hang around with the Beach Boys, and then he ended up well, doing what he did. It was a crazy story, and that's all I can think of now is dadgum. That's all I can think of now when I hear Beach Boys is dadgum Charles Manson, and it's just now, and he was, and then his later interviews when he's in prison, you know, You're like, was he always that crazy, or did he just go get that more crazy that he was in jail? Because he was talking about, like I said, he was like rolling in nickels and stuff. Crazy fella. But you know, so that was. I just me and my buddy. It's probably like on 4chan back in the day, and that's probably where we watched it. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense for what he did. Yeah, I'd say he was always crazy. It just makes you think, why would people follow anybody that crazy? You know what I mean? Which is probably right. He probably played it up more for attention, but he was talking about rolling in nickels, and he was talking about, what was this other thing he said? I want to put it there, or... There we go. Boom. That almost looks too big for this area, but it is what it is. Let's upgrade these. Charisma. Yeah, that's the only thing I can figure, because... I don't think I could, follow somebody enough to be like, I'm gonna go kill these people. For what, you know, like you said, charismatic, I guess. How many blocks away is that? Okay, that looks alright. I need to fill that up with... That doesn't look right. Need to fix this up a little bit better. That's true. But that's this dadgum, what's it called for you in general? Cult leaders. That's like Jared Leto and his stuff. No, I think it's a cult. A little bit. But it's just Jared Leto. His whole, like, his island or whatever that he invites people to watch psychopaths. Yeah. Did you fall through the bridge? Because you were like on it and then you were in the spikes. You know, well, did you ever watch that show? What was it? I was real big into watching Most Evil. I used to stay up all night long. I was a night owl. Where I'd stay up to like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning. It was like on the History Channel. And it was a show called what was it? It was called Most Evil. Most Evil is what it was called. And I watched that every morning. Yeah, see, I've not seen that one. The one I watched was Most Evil. That was what was on in the mornings for me. Oh, she died. Documentary. Yeah, it was like a true crime documentary. But it was a psychiatrist breaking down famous serial killers or famous, you know, deranged people in America's history, and would rate them on how evil he thought they were, how evil their intentions were, which was very interesting. I enjoyed it a lot. I need to watch some of them. I like watching a lot of those things. Can I... Can you get into your bag now? Got her set up. Even the back one is doing the same thing for you? Psycho killer? Yes, on mine it's flat. I don't know what's going on with it though. I mean, I could take it up. Well, I'd have to destroy it and rebuild a whole new one's what sucks. No. Yeah, see, this right here it's level on mine for some reason. I don't know why it's doing it for you guys. Huh. I could, You think the spikes underneath it are causing some kind of collision issue? I don't know. I could get rid of some of the spikes below it and try to take one knockdown off of them. Yeah, I love that kind of stuff. Like I said, I used to watch it every morning. That was my whole big thing. I used to watch Most Evil. I'll get rid of these, I guess. Yeah, I like watching that stuff. It's very fun. Well, it's not... I say fun, but it's interesting to see how they, you know, diagnose these certain types of psychopaths and sociopaths and the mental disorders these people had. It's interesting. It fascinates me to see that and kind of like understand, you know, because some people go, well, I have, you know, these kind of tendencies or whatever, and you're kind of like, well, you know, it adds more credence to your sanity, to me at least. You're like, sometimes I feel like that's not a healthy thought to have, and you're like, it's nothing like these guys have, I guess, so I'm okay. What was it? I remember, he broke down the guy, what was it? He was out in Nevada. He had one of the highest kill counts in American history. One of the biggest serial killers ever. But all he would do was, yeah, it's very insightful. He would recruit a woman every so often. He always made sure they were very, I guess, alluring, at least to him. And they would go out to like truck stops and basically get truckers to follow them back home. And he would kill them. Kill the truckers, then he would take them out to this big lake out in Nevada, wrap them up and go out in the middle of the lake and just dump the body out the lake. And every so often when the girl would get too old and not so attractive anymore, he would kill them and dump them out in the lake. So he would you know, repeat this process for years. And eventually the only reason he never got caught, he went and turned himself in. He had like cancer or something. He's like 70-some years old and went and turned himself in. And you're like, that's incredibly crazy that someone was able to do that for that long until the day they died. and then turn himself in. So you're like, huh? Repair this? Everything down here good? Repair down here. Now let's start putting some more spikes in here. Not like it turned wrong. There we go. I gotta get my way out of here. Is what it is. Golden State Killer. That's an interesting story. I've heard a little bit about the Golden State Killer. So I'm gonna have to watch it then. I've heard a lot of interesting stuff about a Golden State Killer. I'll have to see about that one. Wait, is it on Netflix or well, is it on like any streaming services? Get out of this. Yeah, that's why I gotta make sure I don't want to be stuck in the spike pit. I don't have enough. I need more wood. Max. Because a lot of times what I'll do is I'll make me a list of stuff I want to watch on streaming services, and I'll like get it for like a month and then like binge watch a whole bunch of stuff. The only thing I routinely keep is that's so what was that one about? Killers of the Flower Moon? Is that like a... There's some interesting ones. Like I said, I like just reading about them every so often, or at least watching something or reading something. Netflix normally has some pretty good ones. I like a lot of those I've read. Need to see if I got food on me. Yeah, do I have any points? I got 1 point available. This strength. Or DiCaprio movies, please. Huh. DiCaprio movie. Which one was it? Which DiCaprio movie? That's crazy. I can't remember how many kills that one guy had. It was like, I think he had like at least, he confessed to like 70 some or something like that, but they said it could have been up over like triple digits somewhere in there. Some guy out in Nevada. Let me see. There we go. Let's get rid of him. I don't need the best viewers on whatever. Go ahead and get him out here. Oh, it's the same name? Okay, good. Yeah, I might have to look at some of those. I have to go back and check some of these out. Because like I said, I enjoy watching a lot of true crime, and like I said, I was real big into the, learning about what, they say about certain serial killers and their tendencies and like how they were and how they grew up and what, because there's certain ones he was like, they weren't really evil, they were just misunderstood, and that kind of added to what was going on with them in general. That kind of stuff is always interesting to me. They're not as evil as they think. I think that's good enough. I shouldn't hit... That door glitches up every once in a while. That's right. Okay, I'll leave it like that. Go eat. Let's see, uncrafted. Where's medicine? Oh, cook food. We gotta cook some more food. We're almost out of food. Yeah, exactly. They're sick, very, very sick mentally. Like, you're like, it doesn't even make sense how bad they are. And then you're certain ones you watch and they kind of, I wouldn't say justify them, but they at least explain their mental illness in a better way. That some people it's like a compulsive thing and not so much a, what's the word? I don't know. It's interesting. Like I said, I enjoy it. I enjoy them quite a bit. Yeah. It's like, or the craziest thing nowadays a lot of people do, and I've noticed this is a big thing with some people, is that they no longer think that they're the issue, society is the issue. And a lot of times that doesn't bode well in the grand scheme of things. You know what I mean? That was always the craziest thing to me, like... Exactly. They have no way to empathize or relate to anybody, so they have a very odd way. I'd like to put this here, but I can't get it to go there. Oof. Can't get it to go in there. You get to go on the other side? I guess I gotta get rid of this one. I don't want to get rid of it, but I guess I am. What can I do it because of that? Yeah, there we go. I built myself into here. I guess I can build it up to the drawbridge. Just not underneath it. See if that works. There we go. That works out. Beautiful. Use this. That's good. Yeah, it's interesting the way they break them down and the way they explain a lot of them and how they're a lot of them. It's interesting to see that it's not even their what's the word? They're more of a creature, or they kind of they're raising, or kind of like their environmental factors is what's changed a lot on them, which is always interesting to me. I do a mission. What I need to do? Let's see, map. What missions we got? Can I see where these are? Interior clear. Or where they're going. Tier 3 clear. Oh, this tier 2 clear over here. What? Dirt bike fell in the hole. Yeah, it's eye-opening to really look at it and see how people, what goes on with them, you know what I mean? The point that you feel, I wouldn't say you feel bad for, feel bad for them, but some of them you feel like if something was slightly different for them in life, they wouldn't have ended up that way. You know, and that's always the sad thing with it. Like if they just had something else to help them out in their life, they probably would have not turned out that way, and it would have saved lives. And it helps explain that what, triggers or, behavioral stuff they've kind of undergone. That's what's so great with it. Like I said, that Most Evil was pretty good. He had a scale like 1 to 10 that he would place them on. Like this, 1 being the least evil with 10 being the most evil. And like Charles Manson was pretty high up there because he's like, talking about how manipulative he was and stuff like that, and he done this and done this. And have you heard anything about that Gypsy Rose lady? If you know what I'm talking about. For some reason, she's gotten pretty big here recently, that Gypsy Rose lady. Because you've probably heard of her story. The story's nuts. It's crazy. It's a crazy story, right? But what gets me with it is like, she gets out of jail. Yeah, so she just got out of jail. Which she gets out of jail, and from all of it sounds like it was kind of the same situation. Granted, I don't know. You'll never know exactly how the I guess the true relationship between her mother and her were, because after all that happened with her mother's gone. What else can happen? You don't know. I can't do this. I was hoping I could do this. I'll go up here and clear some of these places out. And what's interesting is her... And her, But the guy that killed the mother, that actually did the deed, is still in prison, and he got life. And he technically has something mentally wrong with him, from what I understand. He's got the... only mental capacity of like a 14-year-old or something along that, like he'll never mature more than a teenager, which would be horrible. I would have never want to be the same age as a teenager all my life, that same mental state. It's rough. But that's where he's technically at. What are these? Rotting flesh and 2 paper. I don't want that. So, and but she got out of prison. He didn't. And it always struck me as an odd situation, because I feel like if she got out of prison, he should get out of prison. It was kind of like a duo thing. Like, she kind of got him to do it. You know what I mean? She coaxed him, or at least, I wouldn't say, it's same like Charles Manson kind of situation to me. Like, she had him kill her mother. He did the deed, but she was kind of the mastermind behind the whole thing. It seemed like, at least the way they explain it. And it's like, why does he got to stay in jail and she got out? And I know he's mentally not well, but wouldn't he be more apt to be in a mental? Why's this guy crawling? A mental institution? I don't know a lot about it. And yeah, I know she's not where she should be. Mentally, she is not where she should be either. So it's a crazy situation in general. Yeah, that's what, like, she didn't know really what her age was and stuff like that. Just crazy stuff. So it makes you think, you know, that whole situation was crazy. And, but the whole, why am I so slow? Am I over encumbered? No, I'm not. I don't know why I'm so slow. What is that? Yeah, I don't want to get near that mountain line over there. Yeah, exactly. That's what's so crazy. And you feel like he's probably about, I guess he's about the same way, I guess. Because like I said, he had something really wrong with him. So you figure they both should have got out about the same time. That happened where? Where were they a resident of? I wish they would. I wish I didn't knock this dude away. Okay, nice. I got him in a corner now. I can just beat on him. I glitched him inside the house? Okay. Yeah. It's so crazy. Like, I don't know much about it. I'd like to know a little bit more. That door is locked. Yeah, I'd like to know more about that whole thing, because it's a very interesting situation. That you kind of like, I want to know more about it. But it's like, I'm to the point, it's like, it's, everybody's so polarized nowadays on it, and you're just like, can people just kind of, I'd like to know more of, what's the word, a better, a unbiased opinion on it. Like, I want to know the facts, you know what I'm saying? Which, you know, in a court case, most people don't want to speak facts because they're trying to get off of something, or they're trying to paint something in a better light. So you don't normally ever get a what? Oh, where in the world is he? Oh, crazy. I killed him one hit. Nice. But, you know, is it... who are the documents by? Like I said, I'd like to read it from, like, a truly unpartisan thing. Court docs would be... I don't think I'd want to look at court docs, because a lot of those are mumbo-jumbo stuff. I really want to check some more out about it. I think it'd be interesting. But she's got that whole show stuff now. She's on a show and whatnot. Because what was it? She got married to that one fella, and then she got divorced from that fella, and then all kinds of other stuff. And I was like, okay. I don't know much more than that, really. And what little things you'll see in, like, shorts and whatever. Gypsy Rose. That's all I know about her. She went to prison and conspired to kill her mother with somebody else. Which, like I said, if I was in the situation that said, I don't blame her at all. Which is interesting. Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, I heard the mother was very, very, very abusive. And like I said, I can't blame, in a situation that's like that where you feel like you're completely helpless and you don't have that outlet to be able to meet somebody to help you, or, you know, first chance you get to have somebody help you with it, I don't blame her. I do not blame her at all for that. To me, I think, I don't, I'm completely, like, let's say in a situation where you're almost a hostage in your own home being abused. I don't like the idea of, you know, having to kill somebody, but if that's your only means to escape, then I see why. You know what I mean? Just like if someone were to break into your house, it's like one of those things, I don't really want to kill somebody, but what are the options you have at some point? You know, if it's either your life or their life, what are you going to do, you know? I hate to say it. Yeah, it feels like it's the only escape, and that's just I feel so bad for people that's in that situation. You should never have to feel like you having to take somebody's life as your own, taking somebody else's life as your only escape from a situation. So, like I said, I can't blame anybody to be stuck in that kind of situation that would have to do that. So it makes sense to me. But I would not. You know, I've had to kill chickens before because I've had some have health issues where there was no other way for me to help them. And I think I've only had to do that once. I've had to take care of, you know, ones that's gotten old and passed away and stuff like that I've had to you know. No, most of the time I normally a lot of those I normally cremate now. I've read some stuff on there and they say it's just a better thing to cremate them versus burying your animals. So I cremate a lot of my, you know, chickens. Plus I'm more close to them. I just don't like putting them in a hole. Just something about putting, you know, my girls in a hole. I don't like it. And I've had, you know, I know it's completely different, but I've had to kill chickens. I couldn't imagine killing a human being. Just couldn't do it. It's like I said, I love my girls, and that's what I call them. They're my girls. I don't want to kill them. It feels horrible. Let's see, I want to put over there. But no, yeah, it's nothing you ever want to do. Yeah, like, it just doesn't feel good. Yeah, I've had to have one cat put down. Like I said, same thing. Exact same thing happened to my poor Nala. She had bone cancer that turned into it spread to lung cancer and all this other stuff. And broke my heart. You know, I sat in the room with her and cried and went on as she passed and stuff like that. I am not a hunter type. You know, I got her cremated and I got a little tuft of her fur and her little paw print and stuff. You know, it broke my heart. I love my animals. I am not a person that could do harm to an animal. Just couldn't do it. I can't do it. But that, you know, there was an interesting study they done about that, you know, because like an interesting study they done with those, with, you know, animal abuse and people like that. It's like, oh, that's you know, that's what I've said I'm gonna do. I'm not underneath the rose bush, mind you. For my burial, I'm having a natural burial. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but that's pretty much where you don't get any kind of cremation, any kind of embalming, nothing like that. That's what I'm having. I'm having a natural burial. That's that, or I always made the joke I wanted a hunter's burial from Supernatural. One of the two. Search shoes. I didn't know you could search shoes. But that's basically what that's what I want. I always joked I'd do a hunter's funeral, but I'm going to do natural burials. But that's kind of what I do with that. And Nala I had cremated, so I've got her little box of ashes, of course. And you know, most of my animals I'm very attached to, like you know, Mika or, you know, Raven or any of them. I'll probably have them cremated too and keep their ashes. A Viking, I don't blame you. That's what a hunter's funeral is. If you ever watch Supernatural, they build a big pyre of you know, stone and oh no, I didn't want to talk about spear. Yeah. What is this? I guess I can learn that. That's pretty cool. But the you pretty much big logs, start a fire, salt the body, so you don't come back as a ghost. I said I'm okay with that. I don't want to come back as a ghost. I'm all for hunter's burial. Nice. I'm up here in the snow area killing some stuff. Yeah, hunters is about the same as a sticks use. I think I've already got this. I'll just take it. Oh, Viking funeral. It's the same thing as a hunter's, pretty much. Except for, it wasn't. Vikings, they put you on a boat, don't they? Send you out. Shoot an arrow, light you on fire in the middle of the water. I mean, that's a badass way to go. I'm not gonna lie. That is a mama's justice. It's a badass way to go, though. That's what I want to do. That's understandable. Self-defense, ooh, more damage to that. Zombies and stuff, nice. I said that something else dropped from up here. How do you get up there, though? Is there a way up there? Now, unless there's nothing up there. Huh. I don't know. It dropped down from the ceiling on me. Maybe I can make some, do I have wood? I can make some ladders and check up there. Let's make some of those. I'll make about 4 of them. Yes, I have the Folgers can. Oh, have you heard the cool, I saw a video about this the other day. And did you talk about that? They were talking about how the Big Lebowski and what's it called ties in. What's it called? How's that? No, whatever. As long as I can get up here. What's up there? I want to get up there. That's crouch. Alright, let me crouch. Now I'll climb it. Maybe a sunroof. Oh, gee. Where the ashes blew back up in your face? Oh, goodness. That's rough. I like the, what was it they talked about on there? God knows. Oh, the ladder gone? Whatever. Give me the stuff back. I'll make more ladders. Climb up there. Interesting tie into that movie. They were talking about if you watch Con Air and Steve Buscemi, the way they tie it in is that Steve Buscemi is the same guy that escaped in Con Air. And I thought that was an interesting little concept. And then when they were explaining, I was like, that makes all the sense in the world to me. I understand it now. that makes sense to me. It was interesting because they're like, you know, you look at his bowling shirts, every one of his bowling shirts had different names on it. He never had bowling shirts with the same dadgum names on it. And I was like, really? What now? And it was just an interesting thing for it to talk about. It was like, he's wearing different bowling shirts, so it means he's killing people and taking their shirts. And he's doing all this stuff. And I was like, I would have never thought of that. But it makes all the sense in the world now that they say that. You're like, that makes all the sense in the world that dadgum, he's the same dadgum guy. And I was like, I like that. I like that. I like that. I love that. That theory that they're the same person. I love it. I thought it was a fantastic theory that Steve Buscemi is the same guy from that. Love it. Let's go back to base and take all this stuff. A little mini bike. There's a bear. Hopefully he's not fast enough to catch me. I enjoy a lot of them shorts. Like I said the other night, I got a bad habit of getting into those things and just sitting there and watching them, and then all of a sudden an hour's gone by, and I was like, I could have watched something else for an hour. But I like small information stuff like that. I think it's interesting, especially movies. You know, like this weekend I'm gonna go watch Alien, and I got caught up in a timeline for the Alien movies, which I'm gonna finish that up when I go to bed tonight. I'm gonna watch that to see, kind of get a refresher on the timeline. Considering I've watched all the, you know, movies in that kind of universe, I want to rewatch it to kind of like get back into it. But I like those Steve Buscemi. Interesting guy. It's interesting some of the people that are real good friends nowadays. Like I didn't realize that what's his name? Dana Carvey and David Spade were as good friends as they are. Like I reckon they got a little like podcast or little thing where they talk and cut up and go on. I didn't know they were that close of friends, which was interesting to me. Yes, I saw that. That was an interesting concept that he... I didn't... I thought that was interesting. A tandem bike ride for two? Yeah, it was interesting. I didn't know he was a firefighter for it. Did he actually go to the Twin Towers when it all happened? I don't know. I didn't read any of that. If he actually went out during 9/11, I've heard some pretty crazy ones. There was also what's his name? I don't know. I've heard something of it. I don't know if he actually saw action with it. Another interesting thing with I've heard a lot of stories about 9/11. Very close calls. One of the guys that worked with my dad, his sister actually worked in the Twin Towers, and she was running late that morning, and come off the subway. And when she came off the subway, coming out of the subway, people were running back down the subway towards her, like, what's going on? And as she came out of the subway, you know, she saw one of the towers smoking and whatever, and then saw the second plane actually hit it. You know, which was crazy. So she was earlier that day. Said if she was basically earlier that day, she would have actually been caught up in Twin Towers. Got him. Here we go. Really? See, that would be a horrible thing to do. That's crazy. That is crazy. You know, I can, you know, that's one of the few points in my life that I can remember exactly where I was. Because a lot of people are like, you know, do you, you know, always the big thing was like, you know, do you remember where you were, you know, during 9/11? I remember exactly where I was. I remember exactly where I was. Because I was in school that day. And they were like, okay, you know, I think we were heading to algebra class. This is 8th grade. And they were like, okay, well, you're gonna, we're just gonna sit here today. And you're like, well, what's going on? They're like, well, no one knew what was going on. And they were like, yeah, this, yeah, it's crazy. I just remember we were sitting there and they were like, you know, I don't think we'll watch it on the TV, but we're gonna, you know, I don't remember if we watched it in school, but I do remember, you know, 8th grade algebra class. We had just come back from lunch and they were telling us about it then. And it was crazy. Let's see, can I put this in there? The armor mods? See, can I put stuff in there? Yes. It doesn't. Yeah, see, that's crazy. You know, you just never, yeah, it'll never leave my mind where that was when that happened. Never leave my mind where that happened. It was just, never. It was one of those things that you would have never expected it to have happened either. Where'd I put it? Oh, right here. Put it over here. This scrapping for fun. Rifle roll. I mean, yeah, that's one of the things. My earliest memory, though, and this is an odd one, as I remember when I was very, very young, when my parents first moved down to North Carolina. Of course, you know, we moved down there and didn't have a whole lot of money. So I was very young. And I remember this is when, like, I was a baby. And, you know, I was in a walker. I had a normal walker for, like, you know, like what our kids have, like, you know, a little stroller walker. And I remember I was on the back porch. Or maybe I was just walking on the back porch. I don't remember exactly. And, I had walked off the porch for something. And I remember the top stair was messed up, and I hit a bad stair. I fell down and like busted my head up and stuff like that. And I remember my mom was pissed about it because she'd been telling the guy about that. But I was like young, like I'm talking about like toddler young. And it's just one of my earliest memories. And I'm guessing why it stuck with me so much is because it's one of those memories where you're so young. And it was first time I remember feeling pain. Like a horrible, horrible, horrible pain of falling. And that was like one of my first ones I remember. Like earliest memory of my life right there. I'm working on that. I wanna... It's just interesting certain things that stick with you. Really? Yeah, some of that stuff that would scare the crap out of me because you just end up rolling down the hill, wouldn't you? Yeah, that's a panic situation because you're probably like your parents are running after you and you're like, "What's going on? I don't know what happened. Did I do something wrong?" kind of thing. Yeah, luckily. I hear my dogs howling outside. They're, woo 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 woo. There, I just purple dye, top picks, shotgun shells, medicine. So I'm gonna lock up this. A good spear. And the rest of this can go in there, right? Yeah. I don't need that. Man, where's a weapon? Melee weapon. Oh, my steel spear. Igor gave me a steel spear, so I'll put that baby in there. Modify. Let's take these off. Modify. This. Oh, I can put 3 mods on that baby? Woo! Put those in there. That's my steel spear there. I mean, that's a nice looking spear. That's a good looking spear. I'd say it did. That's a scary situation to see as any kid, you know, or any parent. My daughter's not very adventurous. I put it that way. My daughter's not a very adventurous kid, so that kind of stuff she doesn't really do. Which I'm thankful. I mean, I'm like, part of me's like, I guess not, but get that off. I guess I'll cook some meat. That's all I can do. Where's it at? Broke a wrist. Oof. The only bone I've ever broke is my collarbone, which sucked. I'm not gonna say, oh, well, it wasn't that bad. Sucked. Broken collarbone, terrible, awful. Wouldn't do it again. I would 0 out of 10. Wouldn't suggest breaking collarbone. Swallow a dime. You know, my daughter was bad about, or no, my wife was bad about sticking stuff in her ears for some reason. Don't know why, but some people are just crazy up their ears and nose. Ooh, fell in a pulling these stitches. Oof. That takes 2 eggs. Let's go grilled meat. Let's cook all those. Use this, and then rolls 50 pieces of meat. Yeah, I've had some pretty good. Let's see. Oh, one of my scariest situations I've ever had. I had I was riding 4-wheelers. I lived out in North Carolina, out in the middle of the tobacco field, so we had places to do it. I've got launched off handlebars too. Stuck my foot in the tires because it didn't have brakes, and I flipped myself straight up and over the handlebars. Let's see, where are they at? you give me a second, I'll come over there and help you all with it. I'm on my way out of the base right now. Yeah, I was riding a four-wheeler, and for some reason, we were riding, and it's trails we've rode before, so didn't think anything of it, just driving the trail. Well, somebody put barbed wire between two trees on the trail for some reason. Like, not just one, but multiple ones. I'm lucky it was multiple, because it could have been real bad if it was just one. Well, it caught the four-wheeler, stopped the four-wheeler, and on top of that, it pretty much, caught me here. I remember a piece of barbed wire stabbing me right here beside my trachea, like in the meat of my chin. And the rest of the barbed wire caught the four-wheeler and stopped the four-wheeler. So it didn't continue to jerk me off the four-wheeler. So it stopped the four-wheeler, and I had a piece of barbed wire stuck up into my soft part up beneath your chin. And pulled that out and drove home, and I'm sitting there holding it, you know, like bleeding and stuff. And I'm like, damn, you know. And didn't, you know, I mentioned my mom and dad, and they're like, well, we need to go figure out what, you know, people don't need to be doing that stuff. You're supposed to have it marked. If you have a fence or something up that's like barbed wire, especially like that, you have to have marks on it or a private property sign or something. There was nothing. They just had it up. And went back there, and they had took the stuff down and all this other stuff. Never found out who did it or nothing like that, but they were looking for hurting somebody. It was crazy. Insane. I had a real bad tore the hide right off my calf muscle on my right calf. Yeah, it was on my right calf. Laid a little dirt bike down on my leg, and the motor with the timing chain cover landed on my leg. You know, it was about that big around, and ripped the skin right off of me. Pulled the skin right off, and you can just see the meat. You know, like the muscle in my calf. Horrible. I've had that happen. You know, as a kid, you do all kinds of crazy stuff. That one I was on crutches for a while. I sprained my ankle real bad one time. We were playing four-wheeler tag back in the day. No, it sounds stupid, but it wasn't like actually like we were trying to hit somebody with a four-wheeler. Like, you know, like, oh, like, oh, I'm going to hit you with a four-wheeler. All it was is like, all you had, your person just drove the four-wheeler, not fast or nothing, just drove it around. And if they turned it and got you in the headlights, you're tagged. That's all it was. Oh, they lit you up, you're tagged. So you just hide and you kind of just run to base. So nothing too spectacular. And that's what it means. I sprung my ankle running down a hill so bad that time. And it was funny because all my buddies laughed about it after, you know, after the fact to make sure I was okay. And I thought I was okay at first. I literally fell down the hill and wiped out hard, and the person, as I was falling down the hill, I was falling fast enough that it was quick. I done a front flip and landed and rolled on the ground and said, oh shit. And I said it so quick it was crazy, and then I ended up back on my feet, like front flip, oh shit, flipped, landed, and nothing happened. Or, you know, took off running, fine. Later that night, it got worse and worse. I went to bed that night over at my friend's, woke up next morning, couldn't walk on my ankle. It was spent. I was done. We played in the woods all the time. I've caught myself on fire once before. I stood too close to a fire that we started. Caught my pants on fire. I had to pat that out. Ooh, this right here's. I've burnt myself, and then another thing we did was another interesting thing was I remember my buddy burnt his eyebrows off. Chin to belly, ooh, first degree burn. That's rough. Oof. Yeah, cup of coffee on yourself? That's rough. I've burned myself with plastic, molten plastic before. That was just me being stupid as a kid. Oof, that's rough. So what are we looking for in here? Oh, you getting that? That's crazy. Clothes burnt your skin. Yeah, see, that's pretty much what happened with that dirt bike. It laid on me, and then as I tried to pull the dirt bike off of me, it ripped the skin off my leg. Yeah, that's crazy. Oof. Mine's in the... I always joke with it because it looks like a scar. My scar looks like a person's side, you know, turning this way with a rat tail. That's what I always thought about it. Is like, oh, it looks like a man turned sideways with a rat tail. That's what my scar reminds me of on my calf. Or or Florida. The southeast United States. You know, the rat tail is being Florida. Stupid bird. Oh man, I don't have any antibiotics. Yeah, I've got a few scars. I've done stupid stuff over my life. But hey, it is what it is. Well, he couldn't stand up there. Is there another way into this? Uses. I know Igor needs that one. Electrical traps. Yeah. Yeah, no, they can happen really. What was it, infections? What is this, looter? That, I guess. Yeah, it happens. I saw a lot of times at the hospital. It happens. It's rough. Yeah. Yeah, it's a... Yeah, but it's a very hard phase to get over with too. It's not like where I live. You know, you've been to where I live, so you know the little town that I live in. That is one of our biggest problems here, and right now the big thing is meth. Everybody's, you know, meth is the big thing, which is more or less, depending on who's cooking it, you're gonna have, like, you know, dadgum, you're gonna have battery acids and stuff like that. Okay, here's a guy to fight. Yeah. Around here, we got a lot of houses and stuff that are closed down. Well, a lot in a certain area that they've had where, it's, what's the word? I guess they're not allowed to contaminate it where they were cooking it. Hey, do you need, oh, what's there's a satchel up here. Do you need that? Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, another big thing is prescription drugs around here. That's another thing. My wife's I guess father-in-law or stepdad had a well, it's like you truly don't think about that stuff when you're doing it until after you're off of it. And you're like, man, why do you even do that? That's crazy. It's one of those things where it's like, if only you wish you knew what you knew now, But there are some people that, even then, yeah, it's a way to escape a bad situation. For a lot of people, it's that escape where I don't want to feel anymore kind of thing. There's a lot of people around here that's how they feel. They don't want to feel anymore. I just want to get away from that. So, it's one of those sad situations. What's up with this? I already got crap in my bike. Hot dog. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. I got you Electro Traps book if you want it. What's that? Ooh, is that a wasp or is that a... What else? Well, I got something right here. That's a wasp. I don't want to get stung. Don't like wasps. That's one thing I don't like. Wasp and snakes. There we go. I always had a bottle of hand sanitizer. Yeah, I had hand sanitizer bottle I used. How's my bike? I want to go forward really bad. Okay, we're all good. Let's go. Go bed. I'm gonna go back to the base then. Yeah, I don't like wasps. I don't like snakes and spiders. Spiders I'm absolutely terrified of. I absolutely hate spiders. Spiders are by far my biggest fear. Exactly. That's what it is. You kind of have to be open about your past to, kind of accept your past. So it's like some people will be like, I don't like sharing my past because I don't, but that's part of who you are. That's how you become who you are today, you know what I mean? And it takes a lot of, like, especially with certain situations, it takes a lot of what's the word? Courage to share a lot of stuff. Especially, like your situation, or even like, people who or were victims of SA. I think that's, a very hard thing to even like convey to somebody that you might have, especially with someone you're I guess you're interested in or want to be with, but it's kind of like you don't want to. Some people feel, I guess, don't want to talk about that, but it's something you should talk to people about because it's part of who you are, and that person should accept it, and that's how a person can understand, try to help you with that kind of stuff. it takes a lot of courage and a lot of, you know, bravery to be able to do stuff like that. To share that, what's, I would say, the vulnerable parts of your history. I was lucky enough I didn't have a whole lot of it. As far as that goes, I've had a few things where I've, you know, that, you know, the most I ever got into was, you know, we've done a bunch of, you know, smoking weed and mushrooms, smaller stuff like that. But, you know, but that also came along. I pretty much moved. I moved down to the house with my mom and dad at 21. I moved down here, actually. Started working and stuff like that, and I'm working on my own, and, you know, kind of providing for myself at that age. So I didn't get a whole lot of that. My parents, we didn't come from a very wealthy household either, so it wasn't, but not bad. I wouldn't say that we were broke, but we definitely weren't like too well off. It was like, oh, you know, don't have to worry about anything. It was like I said, I normally got gifts and games and stuff on holidays. It wasn't like, oh, a new game's coming out, you get to have it. No, I don't get that. Yeah, I used to. A fifth of liquor wasn't anything for me in my younger years. When I was about 22, I mean 21, 22, a fifth of liquor, not a problem. That was a night. Nowadays, 6 beers, I'm done. I'm feeling good after 6. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I used to know people. I don't know people anymore. I couldn't buy any if I wanted because I don't know anybody anymore. In the area I live in, I don't know the people anyway. And plus, nowadays I would be about afraid to, like, even if it was like I want to buy weed, I'd be afraid to buy weed because I don't know. I guess I use that. I don't think I would know where to buy it, or, you know, or I wouldn't trust anybody enough. I'd grow it myself before I would buy it from anybody. To be honest, because it's just a I'd be worried about buying it from somebody. Because what is the big thing now they're putting in a lot of that stuff is fentanyl. That's the whole big the big drug that's come out and about is fentanyl, and that stuff I reckon is pretty rough. Like, to the point that I've seen there's like videos of like cops and stuff online. They're like doing trying to do, you know, road stops or whatever, and end up just breathing in a little bit and like completely putting them in a heart attack and killing them right then and there. That's the big one now. That's the big one now. What's going on in Portland? Use this. There we go. Anybody else make those, I wonder? Part of that cooking. Really? That's crazy. So even if you lift it up and put it back down, it's still being wonky for you? How do I get rid of that? I've got a tire thing on me, which I don't understand. Need vitamins to cure this. I gotta have a set of vitamins. Well, they also have a real bad. Portland's having a real bad issue with what's it called? Oh, called homeless issue in Portland's crazy too right now. But I remember my cousin went over there. Let's see, is that vitamins? That's antibiotics. Vitamins. There we go. Yeah, I'd say it is. It's more. It's both of them. I'd say it's the homeless and a drug problem there. It's crazy. I heard it's real bad, and then my cousin tried to go over there and like, you know, make a go at living on the West Coast. He moved over to California, and he tried, but the issue is he was like, yeah, you make good money. He said like overall the, you know, what you get paid an hour is very good over there. He said, but he said the cost of living out there is outrageous. He said I was making like almost close to $30 an hour or something crazy, and like just starting out, just moved over there, $30 an hour straight off. He said I couldn't survive off of it. He said you had to have roommates and stuff like that, and he said, and even then you struggled to make ends meet. So I'm guessing over there the inflation and stuff is extremely high on people. So I'm gonna guess that is another, you know, thing over there. West Coast inflation and stuff's extremely high right now. Where's a ranged weapon? That's the only good thing I can say about around here is that inflation isn't terrible where I live, so I'm okay. Granted, food is like, if I'm looking at like food is went up quite a bit, but like cost of living isn't horrible. It's not great, but food, you know, the necessities are up quite a bit. Like housing isn't up is a good thing about around here. I think my buddy, he's in North Carolina. He was telling me, said he's got a rental, him and one of his work colleagues, or I don't know if they work together or something, but they more or less, I'll put it this way. He has a rental, and it was, I can't remember how much he said. They were charging like $1,600 a month for it. You know, a big 3-bedroom, game room, living room, you know, pretty nice size house in a nice neighborhood. And, you know, they went to the people moved out and they went to rent it, and the rent jumped up to like $2,600 a month, just rent. And for other houses around there, the exact same, you know, thing. So that's what they ended up going with. And it didn't take long for them to fill the place up, which is crazy to me that rent can be that much nowadays. I need to turn this up one. What's funny is as the light goes down, my lighting in my room changes. So let's see if that fixed what I was looking at. Yeah, there we go. I don't know what rent is down there, but I'm lucky enough to, you know, to have bought our house. Well, we built our house. We bought one originally, and then we ended up selling that one. Oh goodness. Gosh, it was probably close to 5-6 years ago now. We sold our house, and we built this place that we can do now, but I bought the land 10 years ago. I could eat an egg. A steak and potato meal? Where'd I get one of those? $500 in homeowners association fees. $1,000, yeah. That's true. It's a bear. I found a huge bear over here. This is a bear bigger than most normal bears I've seen. I guess it is. I'm sitting on a road looking at him right now. I'm not far from the base. I'm sitting here looking at him right now. Yeah. That's crazy. The homeowners association's that much. But what can they tell you? You know, like you said, you're in a condo, right? What exactly are they enforcing for your homeowner fees though? For $500 a month. So what are they exactly enforcing? Because normally a homeowner association's enforcing something in the neighborhood. So what? I guess for condos, what I understand for like a neighborhood, they're like, okay, people's got to make sure their grass is cut. There's, you know, you can't paint your house a bright, you know, sunshine yellow, maybe. You know, certain things like that. Help, you know, for the pool, or, you know, pool house. Paying for an old loan. What'd you guys have done? That's kind of rough though, if you, especially if you're trying to bring new people into it and you're like, they don't force too much. Because it makes me think, like, if I'm if I'm buying into your condo place and they're like, yeah, well, I hate to say it, but our the roofs and roads, that's a hard sell. Oh, paying off an old loan, but that's a rough sell. $500 a month. Yeah, to pay off an old loan. That's a hard sell for some people. But like you said, in that area, it's probably not that bad. Ooh, really? The road? I can see that. That's scummy. And then leave everybody else to pick up the slack. That is... Dogs are pitching a fit. I mean, I can pop it from here with a headshot and he'll do double damage, and I can take off running. We can kind of kite it back and forth. Well, let's go ahead. I'm gonna pop it. Don't come towards me. Exactly. Well, that's a good thing. If you can get in there and they actually want to work with you on it and get stuff done, that's fantastic to work on it. Lowering the fee and try to get everything good. That's fantastic if they can get that going. You know, I think if you can get it, that's the issue. A lot of those organizations now, like you said, people steal money and do stuff like that, which is a sad situation. Like unions, certain unions are good, and it's not saying oh, unions are bad, but the union at our hospital was kind of a rip. We were a small organization compared to the rest of the organizations they represented, and I don't feel like they really cared much of what went on there. Because I remember one time we were in the in the break room talking. I was talking to one of the union guys, the union reps or whatever. Which they were just employees at the hospital that got voted in. And I was telling him, I said, well, so, we were coming up on it. That's pretty good. That's good. That's good. Got that. But I was talking to him and I said, we paid this amount of money for a loan, or not for a loan. Jesus Christ. Okay. We paid this amount for a in union dues a month. You know, I said if I average it out, we supposedly have X amount of people in the you know, in our system that pay union dues, union members. And I say in my check, I was low man on totem pole. My seniority wasn't high. I wasn't making a whole lot, so they take a percentage. I said even with mine, we're paying, you know, between contract negotiations, like $3 million to the union. I said, and you guys don't even get a union or an actual lawyer or a negotiator to come in and talk about negotiating our contracts. Instead, we just send the maintenance guy we elected down the hallway to negotiate contracts with somebody. They send an actual negotiator to talk to you guys about it. I mean, that seems unfair to me. And he didn't know what to say because I was like, just mentioning things that didn't make much sense to me, you know? It's a as a what's the word, as a, you know, person looking at, you're taking money out of my check, you know, and I expect the union to do something for us, but it wasn't. So it's kind of like, it's not that I'm, you know, taking it out on you guys or whatever, but from as a unbiased, I'm looking at the numbers. That's what it looked like to me. It's like, you know, we're paying money, but we're not really seeing a return on what we're paying. You know what I mean? And they, you know, it come to the fact, you could tell the guys just didn't care. Unlike you, who is actually like, I'm going to get in here and I want to try to make it better. And understand why it's so high, what can be done to help it, and change it to make it a better situation. And that's how it should be. It should never be, just accept it the way it is. It's just, because, my headphones are getting ready to die. Another interesting thing was, you know, the town that I live near, not the one I live in now, but the town I lived near, they had something called a nickel tax. And you're like, okay, well, what do they mean by nickel tax? Well, back in early 90s or late 90s, early 2000s, I don't know, somewhere within that 10-year span, they built a new auditorium. Exactly. People love to bitch about stuff but not fix it. It glitched up for me too. Like I've tried to go on it and it glitched up for me. All it was the hydraulic sticking there. See, mine's doing it too, glitching up. Yeah, people bitch, but they won't fix an issue, and that's something that never makes any sense to me. Why bitch about something and not fix an issue, or at least try to, understand what the issue is? That's a whole nother thing. Talk to somebody about the issue and see if you can fix the issue. I was gonna try to jump that, but I don't think I can jump that. That wouldn't end well for me. Participate in it. Yeah, you can figure it out. Participate. But people don't. Can I repair this? Oh, it takes a repair kit. I can go across here, though. Exactly. People have to learn to participate and actually work on stuff. They don't want to. Wrong button. Who? That's medicine. Testosterone. But yeah, you just kind of have to. I always like trying to help out and do things as much as I can, but sometimes I feel like maybe my heart's too much in the right place at points, and it causes. Do we need to make more repair kits? Okay, yeah, I'll start making some more. We had to have duct tape and something else. That's one reason why I had a hard time at the hospital. I want Porsche iron and duct tape. It killed me working. Oh, what? How did I end up with all that crap? All this in there. That's cobblestone. Maps. That's maps. We got some maps. That was one thing that was hard on me at the hospital. I wanted to do better with it, but no, everybody was comfortable with what they had, and they didn't want to change. Didn't want to do better. They were okay with the status quo, and I'm just like, that's not how you should ever feel about it. You should want to do better. But people, the old timers didn't want to do anything about it, and the new hires just ended up leaving constantly. So, just not a fun situation. We have any you have any iron on you? Yeah, I was gonna make some repair kits. It has to have a few. Just toss me out a few. Yeah, that's also another thing. Like, you know, the people that I worked with loved me when because I eventually ended up in management for them, and my employees loved me because I was fair. And something I would always do is I would never talk about, like, let's say if you come in my office and we had an issue, not like we personally had an issue, but like you had an issue or something happened, I would talk to you in my office. What I told you never left my office unless you went out there and told somebody what happened. I would never talk to anybody about it. That's just how it worked. I always tried to figure out what happened before I would come to you, because my old boss would look at you and go, well, you know, you did this or you did that. And you're like, well, no, I don't know why you're... Because there was one time I remember what happened was he more or less tried to blame and put something on me. And I was like, no, that's not what happened. But I didn't say nothing about it. I just went, okay. He went on about it, went on about it. And I just told him, I went over there, fixed the issue, and then later on, he came to me and said, why didn't you tell me about that? Or, you know, he come in the office and he goes, well, I guess I got to eat crow. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, what you told me, or, you know, I told you to go over there and take care of that and, you know, fix this. And you were like, it wasn't your issue. You didn't do it. And I said, I know. And he goes, why didn't you tell me you didn't do it? And I said, well, let me put it this way. If I would have told you I didn't do it, would you have believed me? And he sit there a minute and goes, well, probably not. And I said, well, there you go. I said, he wouldn't know. Why would I tell you I didn't do it, knowing that you wouldn't listen to me anyway? So it just, you know, that's just what it was, you know? I don't want to get a different armor set on. I'm 1 2 2 2 2, so armor. Let's see. Farmer, commando helmet. Maybe I'll wear a commando set. Let's see. Do we have other commando stuff? Nomad. See, commander gloves, but third outfit, minor gloves. But yeah, bosses make it a lot better if you got a good boss. That's always the best thing about it. Assassin, athletic. Oh, okay. Why was I getting hurt? We're just taking damage. Have you noticed all the trees growing back around us? All the trees grew back around us? Yeah, look at this. I cut all these down. If you go across the street, they're all back up here too. See, look across the road over here. Just see all the trees? They grew back over here. I cut all those down over there and they're back up. And bosses make a big difference. If you got a good boss, it's not bad. I walk back in now. I hate not being able to go on my base. But yeah, I didn't mind management. I just hate places that make you feel like you don't care about the place, or you can't do what you enjoy. That's how a boss should be. That's how a boss should be. My boss would look at you and just tell you, like, he was old school. He was like 70-some years old. Me and him got along because I bucked up on him real hard and he didn't like that. And he kind of learned that I didn't, you know, it's not that I didn't, you know, unjustly. I just didn't take shit like some people, like. It's rough. Exactly. That's how they should be. My boss, like I said, I got along with him, but it was after me and him butted heads over something. I don't remember exactly what it was. But after that, he knew he couldn't run over top of me because he was real bad about if he's having a bad day, he would take it out on somebody. I was like, you ain't gonna do that to me, buddy. You're gonna calm down. So he can go in the base. I can go in the base now, thank God. See, that's good though, and he also knows his job. There's some bosses that I've had that don't know their job. That's a whole nother ball game, and they didn't know their job. Look at armors. I need to find some good armors. Exactly. That's another thing. If you're doing your job, I was also a firm believer of when I was in charge. If I didn't get complaints and your job was done every night, like for my night shift and stuff, we didn't have a problem. I'm not gonna sit there and watch over your shoulder. But maybe I'll do a nomad outfit. The nomad outfit. Trying to find some cool stuff, but Enforcer, Raider, Enforcer, Nomad. Huh. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like there's a fine line between like sucking up and like. I had some that they would come into work and like sitting there and talk in his office for hours, like an hour after they got in, and I was like, nah, you ain't doing that crap. Because I'd have to come in there and go, hey, you're gonna have to come out here and work. I'm not gonna carry you. That was the worst thing people would try to do. Yeah, after having a shit boss and then getting a good boss, you never realize how nice it is to have a nice boss. I mean, I can wear farmer stuff. I want to wear an interesting costume. Where's the farmer stuff? I wear a farmersonly.com. I don't know what I want to wear. I think there's some pretty good farmer's gloves. I might just do. Maybe miters? That's how you should. You should want to build a... That guy I worked for, like I said, he always wanted drama going on for some reason. You're like, no, I don't want no drama. You stop that crap. I just want to go into work, get my pay, and go home. I guess I'll be a farmer. That's farmer. I've got my nerd costume, but kind of outgrowing it. Farmer boots. Farmer outfit. Where's my farmer helmet? Do we not have a farmer's helmet? No, we don't. I'll make an oddball thing of just anything that's the highest level. I'll grab it and wear it. Eh. Gloves. Where's the highest chest we got? Nerd. Highest boots. Maybe, enforcer boots. Oh, biker boots, maybe. Maybe I'll go biker boots. Interesting. I'd like to have a set because you get bonuses from sets, but I can't find a full set. I think oh wait, that's the best boots. Ranger boots I've got. Grab those. Hat. A muscular lady, look at me. That. Ranger boots. Farmer's gloves. Now I look cool. Put my old stuff in there. Oh wait, I gotta take my mods out of it. Get my mods out of it. Do this. What's this? Perception +1. There we go. Wish I could find. I could go preacher's outfit. Do we have preacher boots? What can I craft them? What do they require? Oh, all kinds of crap. Okay, I can make scavenger. Rogue. Ranger. Mando. Forged iron. Armor crafting kit. Where do you get armor crafting kit? Armor parts. Jesus. Yeah, I ain't doing all that. That's a lot more than what I want to do. Modify. That in there. Go. Can I put that in there? Oh, you got one of those camera. I'd love to have one of those. My dogs already bother me like high heavens over treats anyway. Oh, jeez, I'm starving. My dogs bother me to high heaven because of treats anyway. Like, they've gotten to the point where they're like, ah, you're going outside? Oh, look at me. I've been good. I went outside and used the bathroom. Treat? You're like, no. Come on, treat for me? And you're like, no. Treat for me? And I'm like, okay, sure. I'll give you all a treat. I'm okay with it. I can see that. I put that little cat door in, and my Leah, Phoebe, which is the one that doesn't want people messing with her, she absolutely loves it. Like, she is enamored with the new door. She's been going, I think my wife was showing it to her mom, and literally she looked and she goes, She's like, here, check out this, what we got for the cats. And then as she does it, like Leo sees her videotaping and runs up and like gets in front of the door and like goes inside of it and peeks her head out of it. Like, see, look, it's cool. Does the ground repair itself? Hey, I got a question. Does the ground repair itself if there's not spikes or anything in it? Because I'm looking over here and I know there was holes where we blew stuff up and it's covered back up now. Oh, you filled everything here? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, does it do it on its own? Okay. Yeah, what are you talking about? I'd be like, oh. And I'd be like, huh. Yes, I've taken crazy medicine here. It's all the same look. Daggum, what's his name from Zoolander? Got a point available. I guess I'm going here. Wrong. We've been playing a game? What are you talking about? Where'd you come up with the names for your cat? I like that Echo. Kimchi, I know what Kimchi is. But Echo, that's an interesting name to pick for a cat. Well, also, what made you pick the name Kimchi for a cat, though? Here, my axe. Ah, okay. Makes sense because it's an echo. I like that. I don't understand why there's a door out here. Carbon copy. I like that. Oh, carbon copy. That's pretty nice. I like unique animal names. Like, you know, Erin, my dog, because she's spicy. I like that. Okay, makes sense because I was like, why is there trees here that wasn't here before? But the Erin is, you know, like Eren Yeager from Attack on Titan, so it's spelled E-N or E-R-E-N, Aaron. Alright. Lando Clarician. I like Lando. That's a cool name though. That's a, you know, that I like unique names for animals. Like I said, that's why I like Aaron. Because everybody thinks it's like A-A-R, you know, Aaron. I like the. You know, I had Spanky, and then I had Muffin was one of my cats. It's Muffin. Dashian. Kimchi Cat Dashian. I like that. That is interesting. I you know, most of my animals, I call them short names anyway. You have Aaron and Sasha, which are my outside. So Sashi is who I outside. I call her Sashi. And of course, Aaron is just Aaron because there's not really a short way to do Aaron. Be my big boy. I call him Big Boy Aaron. And then I've got Mika, which is Mikasa. Call her Meek Meek. Or Mika Pika, whichever one she's in, whatever she's been in the mood for. And then you've got Sugar, Spice, Pepper, Oreo, and Mama. All my goats. And then I've got Dottie, Madam. Madam's probably one of my favorite chickens. Big boy. Yeah, you always gotta have a big boy somewhere in the house. That's just how it is. Gotta have a big boy. Oh, Kim. Kim. Yeah, my cat's, you got Himiko, but I call her BB. I'm like, you're a BB. She's like, I'm a baby. So she comes running. I love my BB. That's what I call her. That's my BB there. That's my grandbaby. Because my daughter's cat says, I got me a grandbaby. So, Himiko's my grandbaby. Second story of this place? Feels like there should be. Yes. Oh, like a cat. That's a cool looking cat. Yeah, nicknames for animals are always some of my favorites. I like, I love all my animals. They all have nicknames. Like I said, I've got, my chickens all have, well, most of my chickens have names. I've got, like, you know, I got Girly. I had Honey, Dottie. Let's see, I had, Girly, Dottie, Madam. And the reason I gave Madam the name, they're like, why'd you call that chicken Madam? Because when she was a baby chick, she had, like, these dark eyebrows and, like, makeup-looking spots on her face. So I was like, she looks like a madam. Oh, crap. Just reminded me of like I said, a madam lady. So somebody, oh, was it like a, she looks like she should be in charge of a brothel. That's how I looked at her. She reminds me she would be in charge of a brothel. So she's madam. She always has a funny way of walking. No, I fell through the floor. And all my chickens are special. Most of them are, at least. Some of them I don't know because they don't have really a what's the word? Unique personality. I've got some that's got very unique personalities, and others that just don't have that kind of unique personality about them. There's slime mods on me. I got kinds of books. Yeah, that's what I love. I love that they're all different. Like, no other animal is going to be the same. What's this? Yeah, I love them when they have all their different personalities. Like I said, chickens are that way too. All chickens have their own, like, way about them. you know, I love my chickens. They're my girls, of course, like I said. Well, why don't we just go to we'll go to Hobby Lobby and buy a bunch of shirts and make our own. Yep. Far some glitter on there. Here's stuff moving. I'm gonna bust that door open. Take this door down. Yeah, I love my cats. I'm probably more of a cat person than I am a dog person. I do love dogs though, but something about a cat is just, I don't know. Always love my cats. Always been a cat person, but I love both. Mika's my buddy though. I gotta say, Mika's my buddy, but something about cats I just enjoy a lot. I've always had a cat when I was younger. Give me some water. Paper. That. I feel like there's more stuff there's to do in here. There's a door somewhere I could bust open now. Right here. Boom. I'll use that. Let's get rid of this bone. Grab this. Paper crap. Ooh! And you got Houseman Castle and stuff like that's cool. I'd like that is some cool stuff right there. All that stuff is really good. Instantly killed him. I love the Howl's Moving Castle and Spirited Away, all that stuff. Kiki's Delivery Service, loved it. Those animes are so good. That bird. Big bird, better check what you heard. I'll say that's something I found in the old days of what was it called? What was that old oh god. What is this? Jumping like Urban Combat? Sure. I don't know one's using Urban Combat crap. Gotta save some stuff. What's it called? Napster days. Pimp Daddy Welfare. He was the other white rapper, is what he said in his song. I don't blame you. I'd keep it up all year round too if I had a Christmas tree theme like that. We got a tiny house. I don't have a very big house. We are very, when we moved into our new house, we went very minimal with our stuff. And use this. I don't eat a steak dinner. So we went very minimal with our house. It's only 800 square foot, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, laundry room, kitchen, living room. 2 walk-in closets too, so. What's this? Interesting. That's a nice looking backpack. Yeah, we went 800 square foot, so smaller than yours. But we built it ourselves, so it's laid out the way we want it. You know, you walk in, there's a living room, you walk in the living room, and the kitchen's built together. 2 bedrooms, one for me and my wife, one for my daughter, and they're about 11 by 11, 10 by 10, something like that. So about 100 square foot in the bedrooms a piece. 2 big walk-in bathrooms, you know, full bathrooms, no half baths, stuff like that. So we definitely let's see, I can use this because I'm not really using those. Medical journey, use that. Armored up, I can use that. I'd save electrical traps for Igor, tools digest. Improve harvesting tool crafting skills. I'd use that. Ferocious fist, oh crap. Well, that was easy enough. All those. But yeah, like I said, it's laid out the way we wanted it. So it's not, most people who walk in are like, wow, this is a lot bigger than what I thought. And it's like, yeah, it's not as small as most people think it is because we kind of fit it the way we wanted it to have, you know, have everything we want while also being like fairly functional. That's just kind of what we went with it. And we, like I said, we went smaller. We got about 2.5 acres, built a small house on it. If it were up to my wife, she would have wanted a tiny house. And I was like, nah, I don't think I quite want a tiny house. Okay, so that's how you got up there. There we go. There's his toe sticking out. Get over here. Tickled that dude's toes. Where's our base? Where's our base? Let's see. Okay, this way. 19-foot ceilings. That's high ceilings. Yeah, see, I don't have high ceilings. That's more I have to. That's more I have to heat and cool. But for you, it doesn't really matter. For you're down in Florida, so we don't have to worry about heating. Or you don't have to worry about heating stuff up. You're just basically cool it. Yeah, make it look brighter. 19-foot ceilings. That's crazy high. Hey, you can fit a whole second story up there. You can fit a whole second story up there. That's crazy. Build you a loft up there. We went down like a clown. Okay. I could see that. Yeah. While I prefer to troll and live under my bridge, I do like sun every once in a while. And then Billy Goat Gruffs come tromping on my bridge. I do like the sun. Anytime I think of troll, that's all I can think of is daggum Billy Goat's Gruff. I don't know if you know that old, was it, what was it called? I guess, it wouldn't be a fairy tale, would it? Cave size. That's interesting. No, the way that one worked is there was 3 Billy Goats, and they were called the Billy Goats Gruff. It's what the story is. But there was a troll, and he goes, who, you know, first little youngest goat comes across the bridge. He comes clopping. Then the troll jumps up at the edge of the bridge, won't let the goat go. And he says, you know, who goes tromping across my bridge? And he goes, it's me. But he's like, well, I'm going to eat you. And he's like, well, I'm much smaller than my other brothers. My middle brother will be coming here soon. Why don't you eat him? He's a lot bigger and he'll satisfy you more. And he's like, okay, you can go ahead and cross. So the guy goes on a cross. And, you know, goat goes across. Second one comes through, you know, plops on the bridge. Troll jumps up. You know, same thing. You know, your brother told me you were coming, so I'm gonna eat you. And he's like, oh, well, I might be big, but I'm not nearly as big as my biggest brother. He's right behind us, and he'll be up here before long. If you want to just wait for him, then he'll fully satisfy you for the next week or so. And he's like, oh, okay, that's fine. So, Troll goes back under his bridge to wait. Well, final brother comes popping across the bridge. Troll jumps out from underneath the bridge, says, I'm going to eat you, and he just takes off and headbutts him off the bridge. Kills the troll. That's the end of the story. And you're like, ah. But there's many different ones. And some of them, he doesn't kill the troll. He just knocks it back up, troll back off the bridge and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But, the, you know, real story is, knocks the troll off the bridge, kills it. Because he's a lot bigger goat and he's able to handle himself. The other two were small, couldn't handle themselves. Just, it's, like I said, just a funny story. Like you're thinking, ah, well, maybe he'll eat. No, he doesn't get to eat the goat. He just gets killed. Book do I have? Igor, heavy hitters. You know, crap. I found you a heavy hitters book and a electro trap book. Oh, Billy Goat's Gruff. And there's another one that's an interesting one I've watched, read a long time ago. Yeah, come here and get these books. Yeah, I'm gonna get them. My stuff's full. I'm gonna hand you some here. It's a bunker buster mod. Guess I can put that on my pickaxe? I thought. Yeah, there was another book I remember reading back in the day, and I bought it. I bought it from a what was it? A used bookstore, and it was called Jack Tales. And it was like, I remember going to a place when I was younger. That's not what I was wanting. In there. I remember going there and battery in there. This is weapon mods. I guess parts. Oh god, I lost my train of thought. It was like an Appalachian festival that I went to for school, and Borles was telling me about like old school fairy tales or tall tales about a boy named Jack, and there was all kinds of them about this Jack boy, and they were all good. It was pretty darn good. Tools Digest, vehicle, Magnum Enforcer, high-powered ammunition. The most powerful handgun in the world, just got more powerful. You can craft a high-powered form Magnum ammunition. Sure. No, those were that good. Let's see. Batter up. Scrapping for fun. Sure. Yeah, so folk stories. And that's what it was. It's called Jack Tales. Very interesting. The one about the witch was very good. There's one about a witch. And it reminds you of, what was that? Munchausen? Munchausen, what was it? It was a movie back in the day, and if you worked in a movie store, you probably know the one I'm talking about. The Adventures of Munchausen or something like that. It was roughly that same tale, but tall tales. He goes around finding all these people. It's like, you know, this guy can eat well. This dude's... Their names were all dealt with who they were. Baron von Munchausen, yes. It was kind of the same story, but he went around finding people. It was like, this guy could shoot well. This guy could see well. This guy could eat well. This guy could drink well. This guy could do all the, you know, there was a guy named Hardy Hardhead. He had an extremely hard head. And they all were doing stuff dealing with the witch and beating her at certain stuff to win. It's a very interesting little book. Or Tall Tales. I'd have to find it. I got it somewhere around here. Or I think I might have let my wife's grandfather read it. You Need a Batters Up, Volume 4? You're welcome. I finally got all my spear ones now, so I've got max spears. So every time I kill one, I get max stamina back. Yeah, that's its perk. Anytime I kill anything, I get max stamina back. The spears ability. Once you get all 7 levels, or 6 books, the final thing it unlocks is I get max stamina back anytime I get a kill. Yeah, it's a interesting. Let's see. See if I can find it. Okay. Bills. Book. Yeah, see this right here. It's a hardcover there, but this is the book here. It's an interesting little book. It's got a bunch, you know, Jack and the Beanstalk. You know, that's another one of it. But there's different ones. The Jack Tales. So like, I've got this copy somewhere. The blue one. That's the paperback. I've got the hardback I got from somewhere. So this one right here. It's a peek inside. But he talks about giants. I wish I knew some of the other stories. Book overview. 201 pages. Let's see. I don't know. This is people talking. Yeah, see. My mother, who was from North Carolina, with relatives in the Appalachians, read the Jack Tales to my brother before we started for ourselves. So, you know, it's a big Appalachian thing. It takes place in this area. this guy went through, this Richard Chase went through and found all these people and got him to tell them stories about it, and now he's kind of made him into that thrift books. Yeah. What the world is this? Jack Tales and Mountain Yarns, as told by Orville Hicks. Don't know who that fella is, but obviously he's telling about him, Samurai Jack. But yeah, it's a interesting little book, and like I said, it's all tall tales. It's Jack and the Beanstalk. Kind of, this is where it came from. Like if you look at this cover here, it talks about him taming a lion, you know, dealing with the two-headed giant, dealing with, you know, all these different things there. Witches. He's got a flying boat in one of them, and stuff like that. Yeah, it's like I said, a bunch of little short stories. So it's like, it's one of those things like, I'll read one before I go to bed. Pretty cool. Because if you like little short, tall tales, it's a fun book. Fun little book. Because like in the story with the witch, you know, the Hardy Hardhead, one of their her little things is you had to jump off, do a backflip, land on this bed of nails, and she'd bounce off of it. She's, you know, the whole story is like, I guess what it is, there's a rich man and he's wanting to more or less, you know, his whole thing is, if you go to this witch, get this, then you can marry my daughter, marry into my family, kind of thing. So Jack's like, okay, I'll do that. So he goes out there, and as he's on his way there, he just runs into these very unique people, and every time he runs into them, he's like, you can come with me to this place, you can come to me to this place. So they keep going to these places, and he eventually, you know, builds a whole team of people, so they help him with the witches, or he helps him with the witch and take care of the witch. But, you know, her first real story, or first like thing nobody ever passes, which is they just simply jump on a big bed of nails or a comb of nails, land on it, and then bounce off of it. Some people end up dying, some people end up crippled after it and stuff like that, and they can't, you know, do it. And that's why he finds the first guy, that Hardy Hardhead guy. He's running through a forest, knocking trees down with his head, and he's like, what in the world's going on down there? So he, you know, lands down there, talks to the guy, says, why don't you come over here and help me with this? And he's like, yeah, sure, fine. So the guy ends up helping him, and that's how he ends up with him on his team. And that guy jumps off the rock, lands on his head, bends all the spikes on the thing, and then jumps right back off of it. Yeah, like I said, just cool stuff. It's just a very good book. Fun things. Read that. Yeah, you know, it's not like I said, it's not like, oh. Wait. Move over here. That. Yeah, scary stories to tell in the dark. Absolutely. If you didn't read that, you weren't living. If you didn't read that, you weren't living as a kid. I'm telling you, I read that. Why is there arms separate than the couch? That was absolutely a read back in the day. I'd love to have a copy. I think my daughter's got a copy of it, to be honest. For some reason, she got a copy of it not too long ago. Let's see, what do I want to do? There's something. Oh yeah, I was gonna use this. Use this. Big door. It was. The artwork was one of the best things about it. It's kind of like got that Babadook look to it, you know? I don't know if you know who the Babadook is, but that's what it really reminds me of, that kind of artwork there. Artwork was fantastic. Old Babadook. I always watch that stuff or read those books. They're fantastic. This door's terrible. That was a good book. There's certain books as a kid that you always remember. That was one book that everybody always rented out from the library when I was younger. Take forever to bust this door down. A couple zombies now? Kill them. Can I just walk around it? I guess I can just walk around it. I want to see if there's stuff I can wrench in here. That's easy enough. I'm gonna wrench this. I'm gonna use my good weapon. What is in that door that's locked up? No way around into it? Why not just knock on the door beside it? The book fair? You know, I love the book fair. Like, that was by far... The book fair back in the day was... Do they even do the book fair anymore? I think they do. The book fair was fantastic. Oh, you guys did the accelerated reader stuff too, didn't you? Where it was like you earn the points for reading books. My big thing was I like reading, but I like reading what I want to read. I hated being told what to read in school. I just wasn't my thing. I think the only book that I remember reading in school that I truly enjoyed was All Quiet on the Western Front. I remember that you need to read this book, and I was like, I don't like reading. And then it was like, I don't like reading those books, and they're like, we gotta read All Quiet on the Western Front. And I was like, all right. And I read it, and I was like, I actually enjoyed that. Guess I'll take a preacher's outfit. How do you get up here normally? Huh. Oh, there's a ladder there. Interesting. That sounds like my daughter in math class. My daughter was real bad about telling the teacher when she made a mistake in math problems. And I remember going, Journey, why would you do that? And she's like, because I didn't want the other kids to learn it wrong. And I was like, oh, okay. Journey's that way too. Journey's not Journey, I guess, I wouldn't say annoyingly smart, but she would do stuff like that. Like the math teacher would get something wrong, and she'd go, "That's not right," and they go, "Oh," and she go, and then I remember my wife said, "Journey, that's mean. You shouldn't do." And she goes, "Yeah, but I don't want them learning how to do how to do it wrong." And she's just like, "Yeah, my teacher says it's all right." Me, I just went to class and went in there. I wasn't there to, you know, I didn't mind school, but I definitely wasn't a, what's the word? Model student. I'll put it that way. I definitely wasn't a model student. You know, for me, I ended up going homeschool, and the reason I went homeschool was a whole different reason. I went to high school for my first 3 years, you know, junior or freshman, junior, or junior. I went up to my junior year. Jesus Christ. I went freshman, sophomore, junior. I didn't go my senior year because they pissed me off because they went into block scheduling, and all I had to take for my senior year was 2 classes near my first semester, which was, because they wouldn't, when I was going, they wouldn't let you graduate early. They said, no, can't graduate early. And maybe it's because I, you know, I can't remember exactly what it was. It said I can't graduate early. And I was like, okay, so that means, you know, can I, so I got to go both times of the year. And they're like, yes. I said, so can I just take, because all I liked was a literature, so English, and math, and I was either taking, I was probably going to take trigonometry. No, I was going to take, yeah, trigonometry. Yeah, see, mine, I didn't have that problem. My issue is that, it was that time that when, they had the No Child Left Behind stuff, and they wouldn't let you graduate early. And because they got paid for student hours. The longer you were there, the more money they made, right? So they wouldn't let you graduate early. So, I was like, so I've taken all my classes, I have all my credits, and I can't graduate early. And they're like, no. And I was like, okay, well, can I, on my last semester of school, the only thing I have to take is gym. Can I, just take gym first period and then go home? Like, come to school in my gym clothes, go in, do gym, leave. You know, my day's over with. No. And I was like, so you're gonna make me take 3 electives in my last half of my senior year, and 2 electives in my first half of my senior year. So I'm taking 5 classes I don't want anything to do with. And they're like, yes, you have to. And I was like, that makes no sense. I have all the credits I already need. The only 2 things that I have to do for North Carolina's Board of Education to graduate from them is English. I have to do a math, and I have gym. And you guys are going to make me take a full 8 classes. And they're like, yes. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. So I went to homeschool, took the test, and tested out early. I wasn't doing it. It made no sense to me. None at all. And you can go to homeschool and just get tested out with a full, you know, high school diploma, because it was still in the same. You were still in the same county. You were in Wake, which was Wake County at the time, and all that stuff. So it was ridiculous. So why would I? Just because you want to earn money off me? I already took all the classes I worked. I took all my horticulture, agriculture, forestry. I was already a teacher's assistant my junior year for that, so because there was no other classes for me to take. I was taking drama, which I guess I could have took drama both, you know, semesters, but I mean, I'd rather graduate early than, you know, if I had to, I would have took them. But I didn't. It wasn't like I wanted to stick around specifically for those classes. I already took astronomy. I took all the sciences I wanted. Why would I stick around? You know, and I was just like, it was pitiful. Like, they wouldn't let you have co-op either. Like, my wife's school had co-op, so if you had a job, you could leave school early. You couldn't do that either. If you missed any time over your allotted time, so like, it was like, you can miss like maybe 10 days a year or something like that. So they split it up into 5 days your first semester and 5 days in your last half semester. So let's say, which I did have to in my last half, my sophomore year, my mom's father passed away. My wife's father, no, Jesus Christ, my mom's father passed away. So my grandfather passed away in my sophomore year. So I ended up missing more days than what I needed to that semester. I had to go back and make up every single hour over that 5 days that I missed. I think I missed like 2 days, so I missed like 7 days that semester. Right? Well, for them, that means I have to go in there and I have to sit in there and make 16 hours of class up. You realize how terrible that is if all you can do is 1 hour every day, so that's staying after school for 16 days? And that's if they have an after school thing that day. If they don't have an after school thing that day, you're not getting it. So I had to go on Saturday schools, and even then their Saturday schools were only like 4 hours. So I was going in there and making up days on the weekends of like 1 day because or like an hour on the weekends coming in for Saturday school because I had to make up time. And I was like, this is ridiculous. It made no sense to me. I had one that happened to get rid of wrong things. Okay. Yeah, that's rough. Well, that's a big life-changing thing. Chicken. Where's my rifle? Make it quick on you, chicken. Little feet don't move. Yeah, that's rough. They don't give you any leeway for it. And that, you know, you probably had to deal with that same stupid No Child Left Behind crap too. They're probably like, you need to make time up, and you're like, no, I don't need to make time up. This is pitiful. Why do I need to make time up? Can we check these doors? Oh. Exactly. I mean, I did good in school. It's not that I did horrible. It just sucked because they didn't want to work with you on nothing. Can I get up to this one way? Oh, he's flying. I do like this. Pretty nice. Jesus Christ, get off me, lady. Our way through here. Yeah, I had a lot of honors classes and stuff like that helped my GPA. I had a pretty good GPA in mine, but it wasn't like... Honors classes gave you double points and stuff like that, so that's why mine ended up pretty decent. They blew a hole in the ground. Because it's like, for A and, honors, it was worth 5. So there's people in my school that had like 5.0s and stuff like that. I guess, I mean... I had honors, I always had honors, social studies and honors, science. Social studies and science. Honors social studies and science. Yeah, I was good in math. I liked math. I liked math. I didn't like let's see. I didn't like I had to pick a class I didn't like. I mean, there wasn't really any I didn't like. Like I said, I didn't mind English. Yeah, you never have we have phones now. That aged poorly, didn't it? Aged poorly. You're not always gonna have a calculator on you. Yes, you will. Everybody's got a calculator on them now. All times. That aged very poorly for them. That's for sure. Social studies I liked. I did enjoy certain social studies. I hated civics and economics. They made me take my sophomore year. Hated it. I hated civics and economics. Awful. Awful, awful, awful. Civics and economics was trash. Garbage. Just a horrible class. And the lady loved it. The lady loved civics and economics. Something weird going on here? Thank God I didn't have to take religious studies. Enjoys that spike pit quite a bit. She fell in. She fell in. That's why they're destroying it. Yeah, don't click that. Get out of here. Put all these up. Those up. Here's a coin. Those up. So yeah, let's put some iron in here. That in there. Forge iron. Clay. Put all those in there. And farm me a bunch of that to make me iron. There's that. Let's see. I like my little spot down here for my furnace. At least we know the spike pick works. Everybody keeps dying in the spike pit on us. Let's see, let's repair. Yeah, I couldn't do nothing with it. I tried to break it apart and I tried to do other stuff. You just can't get rid of it. Here all my stuff. Poor Ginny. Here are my stuff. I can only take, well, 25 in a stack. See, what range weapons do they have? You good rifles? Pipe rifle, hunting rifle. See, I've got a hunting rifle, don't I? Ooh. Give me that lever action. Level 5 hunting rifle. That level 5 one. Range damage 47. I think lever action has more damage. Modify. 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 Bipod. That's for scope. Lever action. Modify. Okay, let's put this back in there. Let's go here. I think it's one other person that's not joined in since one game. Alrighty, yeah, I'm not too far behind. I'll probably play this last game with them and go from there. So I'm not going to be too far behind you there, Natalie. And tomorrow I'll be back playing, and this weekend I should be playing quite a bit of Lunar. I'm going to try to finish it this weekend because I don't think I'll have a lot of work next week. So I'll be playing quite a bit. I know I'll be playing all weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Yeah, I'm planning on it. I am planning on it. Is that, dude, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. Hey, you having to eat constantly, you. What's this? Get that, it's melee damage. It's almost like it's almost like privacy trees. Alright, guys, I'll probably call it stream for the night. I'll probably continue playing for this next Blood Moon for tonight, but I'll probably hop off here for stream. If you guys want to finish checking it out, I'll be over on Igor's. Tomorrow I'll be back for more Lunar. I want to go grab something to drink real quick while they do this. And like I said, I'll probably do this last little Blood Night with them. And then be back on tomorrow for Lunar, and I'll probably stream all weekend. My wife's got to go out of town for a business thing Sunday, so Sunday night I'll definitely be on streaming. So guys, take it easy, stay safe out there. If you can't tune in tomorrow, you're going out this weekend to have some fun. I'll catch y'all later. You out. Later, guys.